Hallo, dus Hello, everyone. Hello, Volters. Hello, world. It is exciting to be back again at this General Assembly for Volt Europa, the pan-European voice, of course, of Europeans who are here to support a strong Europe close to citizens, and of course, ensuring that we have a federal Europe that is united as one. I am very pleased to be here to welcome you for this General Assembly. I will be the chair of this General Assembly, elected thanks to the members of Volt. 187 of them casted votes in order to ensure that we had an elected chair. And of 74 of you voted for myself, 58 of you voted for Alexi, which I'll introduce a bit later, and 50 votes came to Katerina. We will be introducing them a little bit later. We have a very exciting agenda ahead of us. We will be talking about nuclear policies. We'll be talking about strategic priorities. We will be talking about how we make the future of Europe bright. How do we ensure that the future generations inherit a world that is better than the one that we received? These are all incredibly important issues as we discuss how we fight against the war in the Ukraine. How do we ensure that social inequalities which are growing around Europe are stemmed? How do we ensure that we make this planet still livable for humans in the future? These are all very, very important issues. But before we do that, I want to take a little time to give a small shout out to somebody who's very important to me, and that's my mother, who is celebrating her birthday today. So I want to wish her a really warm, happy birthday. So I hope that she's listening in, and I hope that she's just heard that. And of course, after this General Assembly, I'll be going there to celebrate her birthday. But speaking of power women, which make people like me, so able to do the work that we do today, I want to introduce the first speaker for this General Assembly, a power woman of Volt, the co-president, Francesca. I'm very pleased to welcome you to the stage and to open this General Assembly formally for us.
Good morning, and thank you very much. Happy birthday to your mom, Kim. That's a great way of starting the day, and thank you for your kind words. So good morning, Volters. It is my pleasure, my honor, and my absolute privilege to address you all in the opening of our 8th General Assembly. I hope you have had your cup of coffee, your tea, your cappuccino, or whatever gives you energy in the morning, and are ready that we will come and go. We have also celebrated successes, such as reaching the historic goal of electing more than 100 voters all around this beautiful continent. But not only that. A few days ago, the European Parliament voted in favor of a new electoral law, so as to make European elections finally more democratic, finally fair for the European citizens. This is the agenda for which we were elected in 2019. Remember? The +1 challenge, Reform EU. And we only just started. This project does not start with us, though, but it develops during many years. And it creates us in a way, the generation that loves the EU, but that wants to fix it. The hustler, invading the streets of Athens, Madrid, Berlin, calling for human treatment of refugees. The fighters, mobilizing for climate change in Copenhagen, in Nicosia, in Amsterdam. Those who do politics across borders in Paris, in Bucharest, in Prague. Those who stand up for inequality in Lisbon, in Rome, in Vienna. Now, there is more than that. Something that was unthinkable also happened during these past 7 months. The invasion of a free European country, such as Ukraine, from an autocrat that is shamefully using all his propaganda power to trick and lie to his own nation, to kill innocents, to commit unforgivable war crimes he will forever be held accountable for. The 24th of May 2022 marks the day that the war came back to Europe. And I'm telling you this as a mom to a little Italian, Albanian, German baby. a little person that will forever have its roots spread across Europe in a beautiful, enriching, untiable knot. We will not stand by watching. We will not stand by watching the invasion. The COVID crisis disrupted our economies and taught us that fighting inequalities and protecting the weak is not something that just happens. It's an active effort. It's a political choice. The EU created the first form of shared debts during the COVID crisis, finally realizing that united we stand and divided we fall. But we are here to push for more. And the fiscal paradise inside the EU implements a real and fair corporate tax, finally create a European fiscal system. So you might be wondering, why am I talking about economy while I open up speaking about a war to Ukraine? Because let's remember, this is war to Ukraine. Because this tragedy of our brothers and sisters urges us to create deep systemic change instead of emergency action. And this is done in two ways, in my opinion. One is what we mentioned above, changing the system, ending the veto in the European Council, creating a more democratically representative European Parliament, an EU that speaks with one voice. Two, with something as simple as political will. This is no time for excuses. The energy independence comes at a cost, they say. But the real question we need to ask ourselves is, what is the cost of keeping funding Russia? Can we bear that cost after being made aware of the war crimes in Mariupol? After having seen civilians executed with their hands tied? You know, Russian soldiers stealing washing machine is not a fun meme. It's a tragedy of poor people being sent to massacre, their brothers, their sisters, and being forever doomed for it. The real question we need to ask ourselves is, what is the cost of keeping on poisoning with coal, with gas, with oil, the only planet in which we live? After having been war for 30 years, after every scientist has told us that it's already late, and all we can do is now adapt before the catastrophe. But it doesn't have to be like that. We design the world in which we live. We can shape it as we want, if only there is political will. This is why we have decided to structure our agenda today around the 3 strategic priorities that, as a board, we have set for a movement. With strategic priority number 1, building of electability, we aim in 2024 at building a revolution inside the European Parliament. 25 members of Volt from at least 7 countries invading the European Parliament, people of every gender, ethnic origin, sexual orientation, social background, with or without disability. The power of our diversity conveyed in a group that can actively start fixing the EU. With strategic priority number 2, we speak with one political voice. We aim at maximizing our message. Politics is not only inside institutions. We prioritize the challenge we want to tackle. With strategic priority number 3, professionalize, we strive for excellence. We want you to be inspired and empowered, but also want to give this movement means to achieve. Our time, our volunteers, they're the most important resources. Volt has been and is, in my view, a talent incubator, and professionalizing does not mean we externalize services. It means we rise together, we cultivate excellence. But my colleagues after me are going to deep dive into that. I wanted to touch on this because these objectives, these strategic priorities are not our objective per se. They are the tools we want to create to realize our political vision, a vision for a more equal and sustainable future for everybody. So I am excited to be here today to pass the ball back to the moderators, because I know that after me, exciting people are going to speak about what this priority means and how we plan to achieve. And I want to wish you all an amazing General Assembly. We are here to do something historic every day. Don't forget us. Whether you're watching this home on your own, if you have gathered with your friends, which I have, and also, if you're not watching this live, but will watch this afterwards, because you're busy campaigning and bringing change to the European Union. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Francesca. What an amazing speech to get us going. How important it is to have political will, how important is it for a political movement like Volt to continue to be that energizer, to be that electric bolt that helps to change Volt and helps to change Europe. And I think your messaging is so important. I think it also speaks very loudly of the wisdom of our General Assembly, which elected you and the others on the board to have such a strong political vision in place. So I'm very excited to be going through this agenda, to be looking at these strategic priorities that the board has set for our movement, and to see how we make them into a reality, because if we make them into a reality, then Europe will be better for it. I want to spend a little bit of time, we have kind of a 4 or 5 minutes before we move to the first agenda item, to introduce my dream team, which will be supporting me throughout the day. We have also, I want to just say a huge thanks to all the people backstage who are helping us to make this possible, the technical team, the Secretary Generals, the teams, the communications team. You guys are doing an amazing job making sure that this works behind the scenes. So a huge thanks to all of you for that. But perhaps before I begin, so just wanted to say, who is actually your chair. My name is Kim Smelter. I am a Volt Belgium member. I am co-chair of the Volt Values Board, and I'm very excited to do that on behalf of the Belgian chapter. But I am also a member of the European Community Team, where I am responsible, along with others, to support all of the work that we do to ensure that diversity and inclusion is a core part of what makes Volt. So I'm very excited to be here, but allow me to introduce you to the co-moderators, or making sure that this General Assembly will move smoothly. Katerina, perhaps you can begin first, and then I'll give the floor to Alexia.
Thank you so much, Kim, for this awesome start into the day. Also, thank you, Francesca. I feel extremely energized. I'm certain we're going to make this an amazing day today together. And I'm happy to be here again. It's GA time again. What a way to spend a Saturday. I'm really looking forward to this day. I'm a member of Volt Germany. I've been with Volt since 2018, and it's been a ride, it's been a blast. It continues to be so, specifically in these times. I can only reiterate what Kim has already mentioned. This is an extremely important point in time where we need to talk to each other, unite people, and just work on our sustainable future. So I'm happy to support at least this very day today. For the first part of our assembly, I will be taking care of your questions. So as a first remark, please just use the Google Forms that you can find on the Tasker form. Send in your questions. Please try, if possible, not to send them in too early, because if you already send a question now for a later agenda item, it will be harder for me to sort them out. But please, just bring it on. Let's have an open and vivid discussion. We're looking forward to that one. Thanks, and then over to Alexia.
So hi everyone, I'm really excited to be here. This is my first time being a moderator, so I'm really excited. So I'm a member of Volt Malta. I am one of the sitting co-presidents. I'm also the co-founder of Volt Malta as well. I'm in a lot of things in Volt Malta. I'm in the communications. I'm also the social equality lead in policy. And I was also a general election candidate for the recent general elections in Malta. I was the second one. It was very, very exciting. And now I'm here to help out with Volt Europa. Like my co-chairs and co-moderators have said, this is a very important time for us to be working together and coming together to make Europe stronger and better. And just let's bring it on. Let's make this a very, exciting and fun General Assembly.
Amazing. Thank you, team. And I'm looking forward to working with you to make sure that happens. I know that for everyone who's kind of watching, sometimes, General Assemblies, particularly when they're online, can sometimes feel like passive experiences, and we want to break that. So one thing I wanted to ask all of you who are watching on your computer screens, let's turn this into something a bit more interactive. So make sure that if you're on YouTube or whatever, can you tell us where you're coming from? Where are you hailing from? So we can see whether, all of Europe is actually represented and listening into this amazing General Assembly. For those of you who aren't watching on YouTube, I want to challenge you on Twitter. We have #VoltGA22. Perhaps what you can tell me is, if you had to pick a song which represents your feeling about where Europe is at, what song would that be? And tweet that out. Let the world know that you're actually listening in, that you're actually watching and thinking about what Europe is all about. Alrighty, so I'm going to keep on challenging you. We're going to try to see if we can collect, the feedback. I'm hoping that the team backstage can let us know if there are some interesting songs which are coming, or if there's some interesting locations where you're hailing from. But we have an agenda to do. We're right on time, so let me move on to the next agenda item, which is a presentation from the board talking a little bit about the strategic priorities, which Francesca was talking a little bit about. We're going to now deep dive into them. So I'm really excited to be welcoming some amazing board members who are going to be telling us all about that. So Anouk, Lucia, Thor, it's really great to see you there. It's really great to see the board united as always. Can you tell us a little bit more about what you guys have been cooking in the background?
Yes, I'm really excited to share a lot about that. I'm going to share my screen with the presentation and talk about, wait, quickly do that. Yeah, so welcome to the first topic of today, and it's an important one, as Francesca already introduced. We are talking about our strategic priorities for 2022, and we want to give you an update. So if you look at where we come from, so the background, I think most of you that joined us from the early days are aware that we had a massive bottom-up strategy process from 2019 until 2020, where we ended up having 7 strategic objectives. And those are like our Northern Star on what to work on together with all of you. And based on that, the European functional teams made their plans for this year, which were presented at the last year in Lisbon. And now we are preparing together for the European Parliament elections in 2024. So exciting times coming. Our vision remains as is, and that is obviously leading by example to foster united and federal Europe. And this board, we picked out 3 strategic priorities that we're going to talk about. And that is like the thing that we're going to focus on with everything that we do, and that's why we find it so important to share it with you and to talk about it, but also to really make it come to life. So in our agenda, you will also see every topic being connected to those 3 strategic priorities. So I'm going to show them here. That is the building of electability, speaking with one political voice, and professionalizing of Volt. And so everything that we do comes back to this, and it's very much intertwined, which you will find out during our presentations. And I'll be super brief with the building of electability, and that is because I will come back to you at 11:15 to share much more in depth what is happening there. So for now, I want to very briefly share with you that the goal is to really develop a roadmap for the elections, and how we're doing that together with all the national chapters and together with all of you. I'm going to talk about later on today, but important is that we're focusing on milestones, and that is about how do we grow our members, how do we boost our Volt brand so everyone knows what Volt is all about, how do we fundraise, because ultimately we need funds to make things happen. How are we going to campaign? How are we going to find candidates and boost their capabilities and really make our campaign come to life? What is needed in terms of leadership and our policy program? So for that, if you have questions already, feel free to ask them in the form, so I can also take them on later on at 11:15. So tune in if you want to hear more. Now I will give the floor to Lucia. Sorry, Thor.
Thank you, Anouk. Well, they are all intertwined, as you mentioned, and they are all important. The next strategic priority that we've decided to focus on in the board is to speak with one political voice. And that's, of course, important since we are a European party, a pan-European party, with many different chapters, many different levels, many different elections, many different election programs. We need to make sure that we can speak loudly and strongly and all be heard on the same topics and with the same content, of course. So part of that is to coordinate our pan-European power to ensure that our communications and policy are harmonized. With the milestones there, the 2 main ones, as you might see on the right-hand side, to ensure that we do speak with one voice, both for elected officials, for board members, and for chapters, and also to create the electoral program for 2024, which will most likely be giving a vote on at the end of 2023, so that we have lots of time and lots of fun with campaigning for the EP24 elections. Brief details here before I pass on to Lucia is to, of course, mention some of the details here. we're going to focus more on our elected officials, setting up a Congress meeting with the workshops and the outcomes by the end of this year. We'll work on improving our channels for communication and collaboration, both on political messaging and also on our volunteer efforts. And we'll help improve our policy development and set up political positionings within the European board as well, so that we can respond faster to the topics of the day rather than having to wait a prolonged time. And some of that has already been going on this year with our positions on the war in Ukraine, and also with our involvement with the elected officials, both on a local level and national level, as well as on the European level. For me, I am very excited about all of this, and I am very much looking forward to working with all of you on this, and I'm very much looking forward to seeing where we stand at the end of 23. I think I'll pass on to Lucia for the next strategic priority.
Yeah, thank you, Tor, and also Anouk. And I will talk about a little bit about our third priority, which is professionalizing Volt. And before you think that we're going to leave Volt to the professionals, no, this is about you, our members. You know, we are a volunteer organization, and this is really on how we can even better rely on our members and the power of our members to have an impact in Europe. So professionalizing Volt is really about harmonizing the effort of everyone across Europe that is a member of Volt, and getting more members of Volt, obviously. So our first milestone here is about you, our members, and it's about getting better at connecting for a common purpose. So this obviously needs better tech infrastructure than we have today. Starting with our database this year, we're really going to make a move on that, much to the relief of many, I'm sure. But it's also about values that create a connected Volt community. On our agenda today, we have more about that, so I won't say too much about it here. It's about you know, harmonizing our onboarding to give everyone a common experience when they join Volt and stick with Volt. It's about training, especially, and this is the link with our electability, right? In the coming 2 years, we want you to consider, do you want to stand for elections, the European elections? We'll provide support and training from, of course, your chapters, but also the European level. None of this, these big goals that we have and ambitions that we have, already mentioned by Anouk, can happen without fundraising, right? We need about 200,000 for our ongoing budget every year, and we're estimating 7.5 million for 2024. That sounds like a lot. It is a lot, but with all of us working together, we can make it happen. Third milestone here is organizational development. It's about further harmonizing our interactions between chapters and the chapters with Europe altogether. It's about developing an HR framework, because yes, we will increasingly also, we hope to employ people in critical positions and corporate housekeeping. So let's leave it here, and Kim, let's see if there are any questions for us. Or Katrina.
Exactly, I'm happy to answer that question, and no, we don't have any questions so far. But let's just seize this opportunity to encourage you again, just bring your questions forward. Everyone is here and happy to answer questions. Also, we strive to answer all the incoming questions. Probably will not be possible during this live assembly, but if your if your question doesn't get answered today, you will receive an email afterwards. So don't hold back, send us your questions.
Okay, then maybe let me take the opportunity to say a little bit more about the values, because that's a big project that will also kick off today after lunch. So I think in that after lunch, we'll also share the values that we've developed as a board. Anouk and Tor, we really want to lead by example. So we've worked on our values, building on the values of the country council, and we'll share that this afternoon, and then also share how all of you can be involved in shaping our values so that we can lead by example and show Europe how to connect.
And just in time, we actually had one question incoming. I think we're going to take this one since we're Yeah, exactly. Emeric Masson from Volt Belgium is asking, how do you see practically to enforce the speak with one political voice in a movement which is a grassroots, where individual members will still have the opportunity to have their own say?
I'm happy to jump in there and say that first off, it's not about enforcing things, but about increasing our internal communication and collaboration to develop and foster a culture that actually lets us speak with one voice. I don't think you can ever guarantee that any single member might not say something that's against our policies, and that's not going to be our focus. Our focus is going to be on the collaboration and the increased interaction between all levels, both from the European to the national to the local, and definitely between the chapters as well. When we speak with many voices, it's because we haven't spoken before with each other. So we want to empower that.
And that was the one and only question.
We have a bit more time to discuss. Maybe the board might want to talk a little bit about how you see these priorities also cascading and connecting with the national chapter perspective. So the national chapters, of course, all have their own priorities and things like that. How do you see the interplay between what's happening within the local cities, within the national chapters, connected to this European priorities, which are very clear and precise?
Yeah. Happy to jump on that a little bit, and feel free to add, Lucy and Thor. So for us, anything that we're doing is always with everyone, and that is with the national chapters, with the cities. So when I talk about it later with the building of electability, I will also share how we really develop that plan together, because whatever we think of in Europe, it has to happen on the ground, and that's why we have to think of it together. And one of my most important rules that we share a lot within the board is that we shouldn't talk over people, but with people, and that's what we really want to make come to life. And I think also it's also important. That's why we share this with members, because if you want to join, if you want to be engaged, really feel free to join us, reach out to us, because the more voices we hear, the more we can make them fit and make it come to life. I also want to use this opportunity to really thank Christophe and Michelle from the Strategy Commission that helped us to come to this, this wrap up of three, not a wrap up, but three strategic objectives to really focus on. And they also support national chapters. So if you want to join that from a strategy level, feel free to reach out to them too as a facilitator for that.
Awesome. Thank you so much. And it seems like the discussion is really getting started and kicking in, because we have one more question just coming in from Duarte Costa, Volt Portugal, is asking, what is the plan to fundraise 7.5 million euro up to 2024?
He's asking about the plan, right, to fundraise?
I guess he's probably asking what is your ideas. Yeah.
Well, we should really have Johannes and Rainier here to answer that question. They're really our big fundraisers. But yes, we realize that if we want to achieve our ambitions, which is to actually have seats in the European Parliament, probably with a transnational list, which is really what we're going for, then we do need big sums of money. So to be honest, I'm not really yet much informed about the plans for fundraising, but maybe Anouk can say a bit more about that.
Yeah, because I am also accountable for fundraising, so here to enlighten that. We have an amazing new team working on our fundraising from the European level, and they are gearing up. I had the pleasure to meet them last Tuesday, and they are working on their strategy. So by the end of May, we're going to meet up to make that really come to life, so we can share more about that with members. But there is already a big pitch for high net worth individuals that Damian is also involved in, to reach out to potential donors that are willing to donate a big sums of money to our movement and support us. And that is really focusing on that 7.5 million. So that is something that we really want to focus on. So there is a pitch already. And during the building of electability, fundraising is a key thing, which we will also focus on on how do we empower chapters on how can they make their own pitches, how can they make it come to life, because this many chapters are bound by party financing regulations, so they can't receive money. So how can we do that in a good way? And it starts with boosting together and have one voice that pitches why people should donate to Volt Europa.
Incredible. Thanks, Anouk, for that answer. I hope that answers the current questions round, but of course, we're going to be actually deep diving into each of the priorities. So if you have more questions in the meantime, feel free to address them. This is the end of this particular agenda item, so we're ready to move to the next one. So I'd like to invite Ludwig to the stage. We're going to be talking a little bit about internal regulations, integrity systems. This is all part of the first strategic priority around professionalizing Volt. So it's the Governance Commission, together with the legal team, have been really working quite hard on this, looking at internal regulations, looking at our integrity system. So let's hear from Jeffrey a little bit about how this all matches and connects with that particular strategic priority. So Jeffrey, welcome to the stage, and we look forward to hearing from you exactly what you've been working on.
Yes, thank you very much. First of all, good morning, everyone. It's always a pleasure to be here and to present our work to our members. So first of all, what are we going to talk about today? So I brought a little bit of stuff for you. First of all, I wanted to give you a little bit of an insight into the road to this GA, because it was a bumpy one. And in the running up, you may have heard about more projects than what we're actually voting on today. So I try to give you an idea how it came to be, like how this vote came to be, what's in it, and so on. Then we will go over what exactly the vote is. And then I want to talk a little bit about the future steps for the Governance Commission, how maybe you can be involved and answer your questions as well. So first of all, road to the General Assembly. So back in October last year at the last GA, or even heading up to that, we already spoke about a few topics that we wanted to tackle. One of them was especially membership. As you might know, that some of our chapters, namely the UK and Switzerland, have only limited voting rights at our European level, and that's something we feel is not in line with our values. So that's something we wanted to tackle. So we started working on it right after the GA in October. And leading up to the GA, we unfortunately came across an issue with how we can vote on this, because our statutes actually do not allow us to vote on these specific changes we had in mind at an online assembly. We tried everything to circumvent that, but in the end, it wasn't really worth it or not possible the way we envision it. So we had to pull those votes from the schedule. And that's a little bit unfortunate, because that was not the whole package that we had envisioned for the statute changes in that regard it was way more than just voting rights. Or, for example, we had also planned improvements to the admission process and other proceedings, and also improvements to the rights and obligations of the members. And that vote also contained, because they were changes to the statutes, they also contained some amendments to the way the CRB works. Unfortunately, again, we had to pull the whole thing. We had the choice to keep the things in regarding admission rights and obligations, but just pull the voting rights. But the thing is that for every time we vote on statute changes in Volt Europa, we need to hit a certain quorum. 1/3 of the members have to vote. Otherwise, we have to have another GA within 6 weeks to confirm the votes. And after pulling the voting rights vote, the improvements that were still in, that we could have still voted on, were, in our opinion, not worth the effort to start a second GA just for those minor adjustments to the statutes. So we made the decision to pull those and just focus on the integrity vote that we're now presenting to you. It's an unfortunate decision, but we have the amendments for the membership in place. They are written. So as soon as we figure out how we can actually vote on it at the next GA, probably, then we can just vote on them again. And we have more time leading up to it to also discuss it with the members. That's always a good thing as well. Now, that was basically the way how we arrived at this in terms of organization. But what did we arrive at? So besides membership, the second project that we've been working on for a while now is integrity. So we started off with this as a big project early last year, I believe, when we revisited the conflict resolution body as our main arbitration body within the organization, trying to improve that, because we've identified an issue with how we ensure compliance with our values and rules, right? So we don't really have a system in place that ensures that everyone complies with our rules and standards. So we try to improve on that, and it's a very big project, and we started to take it step by step. As you can see here, the whole integrity system is basically split in two sides. One of them is the formal legal part of it. And then there's also what we call the sub-legal part, which is more on the side of mediation between members and stuff, while the legal part is actually sanctions being excluded from the party and those kind of proceedings. Now, what we are focusing on today as well is the legal side. As you can see here, the legal side basically has three parts. One of them, we need to have a body overseeing it, like a court, if you will. In this sense, the CRB is our court. We also need to have instruments like tools to enforce compliance, which is basically sanctions, or what we call them disciplinary measures. To say, well, we can use those as a leverage to enforce compliance. And then the last part is improving the rules. Just for example, we have to have good and clear statutes and internal regulations that we can actually use to hold people accountable to. The same is true, for example, for a code of conduct. And what the stage that we're at now is we are introducing a number of additional disciplinary measures and proceedings surrounding those. So we now have the tools. The next step in the future, and that's what I'll talk to you about afterwards, is also in improving the rules. Right. Just to give you an idea of what the rules are that I'm referring to. So right now we have statutes, manifesto. We also have a code of conduct in the works, as well as community guidelines on the way. Those are things that we were working on, or currently are working on already. And we'll hopefully be able to share some of those things with you soon. But now we're getting to what the actual text of the changes are that we're introducing. So the old paragraph in the internal regulations was 1.22 is the exclusion of members. Up until this point, the only disciplinary measure available to us is exclusion. And as you can imagine, exclusion is not really a disciplinary measure, because that's it leans into the way of mutually assured destruction, right? So if you kick someone out, especially a member chapter, like if you want to exclude a whole chapter, the damage to both parties is that high that it doesn't really make sense to use it as a tool to pressure or to enforce compliance, right? So what we need is a little more granular way of enforcing our rules. So what we did is we introduced two more things. One of them is a warning, pretty straightforward. So now the board can actually issue warnings when members, individual members or member associations step over lines, violate our rules. We formulated in a way saying if they fail to meet their obligations or otherwise disadvantage the association in an unreasonable way, they can be warned. The board can withdraw temporarily participation rights within the association. This means, for example, for individual members, they could be the access to our internal platforms could be revoked for a certain amount of time, or for member associations or associate member associations, it could mean that they cannot join the country council anymore, or vote at the country council. Some other things we are also improving are the procedures surrounding those disciplinary measures. So for now, for example, we are introducing for now how it works when you want to become a member association or associate member association. You apply, and then the board agrees, and then the country council also has to agree. We are also introducing the same procedure for the exclusion of member associations that wasn't in place before. We're also introducing a 2/3 majority within the country council to do that. Just, because it makes sense to have the same process for coming in and getting kicked out. We're also saying that disciplinary measures must be issued within 2 months of the circumstances giving rise become known to the board. Just to say you can't bring up stuff that happened 6 months ago trying to sanction someone. You need to act swiftly. We also say temporary disciplinary measures may be issued for a period for up to 6 months. Those relates to those temporary measures. So we just want to set a limit. You can't, if you want to go over 6 months, you have to, sanction again. Then the process, how it will work is that the board will issue those rulings. And then the concerned member, may it be an individual member or a member association, they may appeal against that decision before the conflict resolution body within 4 weeks. And we corrected this. There was a typo. It said, I think in the document it said 2, and then it said 4 here, but it is 4 weeks after the decision has been notified. And if there's no appeal, then after these 4 weeks expired, the measure will be in effect. Then also regarding the warnings, what we want to have is a system that works in a way that the first step that the board must take is to warn someone. So they can't immediately withdraw participation rights, for example, but they have to warn. They must issue written warnings informing the accused member of what exactly they did wrong and how they can, correct it, and in what time that should happen before they can further impose further disciplinary actions. With the exception, and that's important, in urgent cases requiring an immediate intervention in order to protect the association or its members from harm, they can already exclude a member from exercising their rights, and pending the appeal and subsequent decision of the conflict resolution body, meaning that the board can, in these urgent cases, say, well, we do this with immediate effect, but then the conflict resolution body can look at it at each stage of the proceedings, if there's an appeal, of course, and say, well, that's not necessary anymore at this point. So the conflict resolution body could revoke that decision by the board and give the voting or participation rights back. If they deem that to be the right course of action. And that's basically all the things that we are introducing regarding disciplinary measures. But we also have to make some adjustment to how the CRB works in that regard to fit this. And for that, we make some small changes, basically just formalities. Basically, who can apply to the CRB is all members that have been at the receiving end of disciplinary measures. They can appeal, right? That's what we're introducing here, and also just saying that the CRB is responsible for appeals by members against disciplinary measures. Before it was only objections by AMAs or MMAs to sanctions, but now they are responsible for all the appeals by all members against disciplinary measures. And then again here it says eligible to apply are those who received those measures. All right, that's the changes, and I'm happy to answer questions regarding those later. I just want to give you a very quick idea of what we're working on in the next weeks and months. So one of the major projects still ongoing is, of course, the integrity system. And we already talked about the legal side, right? And you can see here statutes and IR. We want to revisit the statutes and RR on a very fundamental level. That's something we would like to do. For once, we would try to improve on these internal proceedings that always seem to hold us back. For example, what I just talked about, that we cannot vote on specific things at online meetings, doesn't really make any sense to us, because all of our meetings are essentially electronic meetings. Even the GAs that we have in Lisbon, or we're going to have in Prague, they are online events. We just give people a place to come and visit and have this event together. But like legally speaking, how it's set up, it's still an electronic meeting, because everyone that is not physically present can still vote. So we're basically only doing electronic meetings, and we should not have anything in our statutes holding us back from improving our statutes at electronic meetings. That doesn't make any sense. Also, the provision saying that we have to hold a second GA within 6 weeks when we don't meet a quorum of 1/3 of our members also doesn't really make a lot of sense. It's not mandatory to have that provision. And it's basically been impossible to reach 1/3 of members. So every time we wanted to touch the statutes, we always have to organize a second GA. And the participation at that second GA was even way less, because it's very hard to justify 2 back-to-back GAs. It's also holding up a lot of resources. So if you could improve on that, that would, streamline our the way we organize and the way we can actually improve our statutes immensely. But there's other improvements that we want to look at. I think generally how the GA works can be improved. Things like, I think in the running up to this GA, it became pretty apparent regarding additional agenda items that there are improvements to be made. That should be easier for people to come up with additional agenda items. Also amending proposals that are put before the GA. Those should also just be a thing, and also pretty easily accessible, just because otherwise you always get presented a finalized version of your document. If you don't agree with one thing, you can't change it. You have to agree the whole thing or be against it, and it's always kind of putting pressure to accept everything that's being put before you. So that's not really how we should work. And then again, we have other improvements to the statutes in mind, things like improving the board. One thing that we've been pretty set on or introducing is moving towards a rolling board, meaning that we will not vote for an entire board every 2 years, but we will vote more often. So each year, but only for a part of the board. So not the whole board is replaced, but only part of it. That's, for example, one thing that we want to look at. Other things, again, integrity is still an ongoing project. We are currently in the process of developing the sub-legal part of the integrity system. For example, a integrity body. I think we are also going to talk about ombudspersons later today. So that's going to be a very interesting panel as well. And that integrity body that we're also wanting to introduce goes along with additional procedures, such as a complaint procedure, escalation model. When you have a complaint, how does it escalate? How does mediation work? Also want to talk about a code of conduct, giving us more and better rules how we want to interact with each other, and also act as representatives of the party, for example. So those things are work in progress. And you'll see more of this in the upcoming weeks. I think other projects that we also want to tackle, but those are more a little bit more off in the future. I think one topic that we've talked about before with the Governance Commission is diversity. We'd really like to look at how we can improve diversity also on an institutional level. I think something that always comes up is, for example, why is there such a low representation of members in high positions on the European level from Eastern Europe, right? Those kind of questions. But also one thing that we talked about before that we might want to look at is something similar to we call it diversity council. I'm sorry. Just a way of of those different groups we have for BIPOC or LGBTIQ+ and so on, and women, can we come up with a body that has a institutionalized role within the organization that can participate, for example, in different ways, in formally, for example, being included in the policy process or the GA. So that's something we want to look at in the future, and also other organizational improvements like functional teams. How can they be institutionalized, and how can the collaboration with national chapters be improved? I think those are very interesting projects that we might want to look at in the future. Right. So I talked a lot, and I don't even know if anyone listened because I can't hear back.
Thank you, Jeffrey. You are doing an amazing job. And,
all right, thank you.
Tell you, everyone was listening because there were a lot of questions coming in. So,
oh, that's good.
Yeah, exactly. So we seem to have a bit of a debate upcoming. If you are done, let's just dive into the questions. And I'm going to start with questions about the first part.
Sure.
All right. Julie Peltier from Volt Luxembourg is wondering, what happens if the decision of sanction from the European board is not aligned with the decision of the board of the national chapter?
That's a very good question. I think that's something that goes beyond the scope of what we could have achieved at this point, right? Because that's something that all the national chapters have to basically. So what the question here is, how can we align the legal systems of the chapters with the European? How can we align them, right? So, for example, if someone is sanctioned on the national level, are they automatically also sanctioned on the European level? What happens if someone who is not sanctioned on the national level is being sanctioned on the European level? Those kind of interactions are a very difficult topic. The thing is that for this to work, we really need to sit down to align this perfectly, and also change national statutes, for example, right? So you need to align, and they need to take into account the European level. So that's a much bigger project than what we can do. So what we did here is we introduced those sanctions to give the European board the tools that they need to be able to implement them. But we expect them to, in cases where this could conflict with national levels, to engage with the national levels and have a discussion about it, right? And I think that the national chapters in the country council would complain if something like that happened without consulting. So that's what we hope for. But it's a very difficult topic that we need to revisit in the future.
Awesome, thank you. The next question is around maybe being a little bit more explicit, because Christophe Kirinen, I'm sorry for mispronouncing your name, from Switzerland, is wondering, could it be written more clearly that a disciplinary measure can be extended by simple decision of the European board?
The 6 months? I guess that's what he's referring to, right?
Yeah.
Yes, I thought about this to write it there, but that I didn't come up with a good sentence for it, and I felt like this is the minimum amount that makes clear that what the intention is. So if you have a proposal how that wording for this can be improved, I mean, that's something that we can easily implement in the future.
Awesome. So do please regard this as a call for action. Come forward with a suggestion. Thank you so much. Then let's head on. We have a question from Tobias Lukowitz from Volt, Germany. And he says the following: regarding disciplinary measures must be issued within 2 months of the circumstances giving rise to the disciplinary measures becoming known by the board. Oftentimes, it is a collection of events, circumstances leading to the need of disciplinary measures. Is it the 2 months? Is the 2 months referring to the first or the last circumstance becoming known by the board? Also quite about clarity, I guess.
Yes, I think that's that can in different circumstances be a difficult thing to answer, right? For example, if some board member becomes aware of an issue in a let's say non-formal context, right? For example, you go out to have a drink and you learn that there's something wrong. Is that already being known to the board from that point? I don't think so. I think this is about the formal, you know, if they are formally informed by someone, you know, and we are working on who that someone could be in the future, right now, and if they're formally being informed that something is wrong, then from that day they receive that letter, email, or whatever, then that's how it works. So that would also mean for everyone who reads this, please be aware if you have a formal issue, put it before the board in writing, right? So do you know that's the day when it happened, that's the day when you became aware. So there's got to be a paper trail that you can go back to and say, well, that was the day they received the first email.
Awesome. Thank you. Then just one remark that we were able to clarify beforehand. We had a couple of questions coming in about a sort of typing error in the document, because it says on page 4, or it used to say, the concerned member may appeal against disciplinary measures, exactly this one. I think we had a mistake in here because it said 2 weeks, but it is actually meant to be 4. Thank you, Jeffrey, for correcting this beforehand. So everyone who sent questions about this, thank you for notifying us. It's been corrected. All right, then let's on. We have more questions for you. The next one is probably one that will be coming to on a later agenda item anyway. Francesca Romana D'Antuono from Volt Italy is wondering, how does the board decide who gets on board and who doesn't? And what is the role of the ombudspeople and the conflict resolution body?
So can you please repeat the first part of the question?
It is a little, I think there's some mistyping in here, but the question, as I understand it, is how does the board decide who is part of the conflict resolution body?
The board doesn't decide who is part of the conflict resolution body. That's something that we vote on with the General Assembly. So the General Assembly votes for the members of the conflict resolution body, and I'm pretty certain that we are going to vote on new members today as well.
Exactly, it's an agenda item today, and just as a heads up, I think we will be hearing a lot more about the role of the ombudspeople as well. So let's just maybe postpone the rest of that question. Then another question from Emeric Massot, Volt Belgium. How can we be involved in the government commission, the governance commission, and give input to the potential changes?
That's a very good question. I don't want to spoil anything because it's not been a made decision as far as I'm aware, but I think I proposed this, and I think that's what the board also agree with, as far as I know, is that the governance commission will not exist anymore in the way that it exists now in the future. What we want to move towards, what we like as a body, right? That's the thing. We still continue working, but in a different context. The idea being that we want to focus on more project-based work, saying we will organize project groups, right? So task forces, if you will, to solve specific issues in the future. Just because a standing body as it right now, we had a lot of problems retaining members, right? That gets a regular work going, because it's just there's a lot of time between what we're working on, and so so it's hard to keep people interested. It is also a very difficult and complex topic. So if we want to focus on more project-based approaches, I think we can motivate more people to join. So what you will hear from us in the future is we will, for example, start a project saying diversity governance, right? And then we will make a call out for people to join. We build a small group. Let's say, I don't know, 5 to 10 people, and then yeah, you can engage in it and help us out. That's the idea, like roughly speaking, but that's not been decided as far as I'm aware.
All right. Then one final question coming from Christoph, again from Switzerland. Would the conflict resolution body also be the entity to decide on conflicts between members and AMAs? As example, the situation in the Netherlands. I hope you understand the reference.
Yes, I understand, and I don't want to talk about it too much at this in this context, but yes. So that's a very interesting question. Because I think when we introduced the improved conflict resolution body last year, I think one thing we very much focused on is that the conflict resolution body on the European level, they should only take care of European level issues, right? So everything that relates to Volt Europa should be handled by the conflict resolution body. So that includes conflicts between member associations, that that also or conflicts with individual members and let's say European functional teams, whatever, right? You couldn't imagine, but it has to be on the European level. We explicitly, and we were asked about this by national chapters before, can't we just have the conflict resolution body also, judge on national level issues? For example, if the Netherlands or in the past we had it Volt Belgium, right? They specifically asked to engage with the conflict resolution body to resolve their internal issues. We said no for a simple reason that, or more than one simple reason. One of them is that our judges on the European level, they need to know everything about Volt Europa already. They need to know the statutes, internal regulations, and kind of stuff. If we were to also have the national chapters engaged with them, they would also need to know all the national regulations for every single country that they could potentially involve in. So that's just way too much to handle for each situation. And the second thing is also we want to move towards this, a system in which national chapters have their own conflict resolution bodies and can take care of their own conflicts. So actually think of it like somewhat of a nudging mechanism to say, no, we don't give you that out. You can't just move up to us. You have to do it yourself. But we, of course, we help you out. We support you in building up your own integrity systems to deal with your own issues. That's just what we wanted to move towards as a system overall.
Thank you, Jeffrey. And we have one final question for you before we head on. This one is from Arno Waschk in Germany. To which extent is the board obliged to give reasons for the decisions according to the proposed text?
Very good question. And just because the way it works, that you can appeal before the conflict resolution body, you have a very strong interest in actually give a good reasoning for your decisions. Otherwise, it will just be shut down immediately by the conflict resolution body following an appeal, right? So through a system that works that way, I think it, even though it is not explicitly mentioned in the statutes that they need to give a written reason, I think other than in the warning, that's the second part of this, answering this question, it makes sense to give reason, and also because the first step is always a warning, and that warning needs to spell out what exactly is the violation, how it can be resolved, and in what time frame it should be resolved. That's something that you can base your decision to further sanction someone on, right? So there will always, for each case, there will be a warning that's already has all these information, and then they are interested in giving reason anyway, just because they want to get the measure through before the CRB. So I hope that answers the question.
It most certainly does, Jeffrey. And a huge thanks for participating and for giving us all this information. Maybe we can stop sharing the screen. And for those of you who might have seen this agenda item, therefore clearly to confirm that all of Jeffrey's ideas are good ideas, need to be voted upon by the General Assembly so that we can actually get that through and voted upon. So for those of you who might remember that we have received a couple of days ago an email which is called voting token from the European team. So have a look in your inbox in order to find that particular email. You will need that voting token in order to be able to vote. We're hereby voting on vote number 3, which is really about making all of these different amendments actually effective. So if you think that they're good ideas, please make sure to vote in favor of it using your voting token. And if not, then you can of course vote against that. So do make sure that you get a check on that email. If you have any problems, just send an email out and we'll be able to try to support you, but that's what you need to do. So find in your inbox that particular voting token email and you'll be able to vote. I want to also say a huge thanks to all of you who've been commenting and keeping the chat live on YouTube and providing us really interesting places. We have some people joining us from boats. We have people joining us from all over Europe, so it's really great. I want to announce a small good piece of news. We have a little bit of flex within the agenda. So what we're going to be doing now is taking just a 10-minute break in order for you to reload on the caffeine, in order to get a little comfort break if you're feeling uncomfortable in your seat. So make sure to take a little break, and we're going to come back at 11:15 in order to resume the agenda. And also one small little detail with regards to vote number 3. The vote is open now and it will last until 4 p.m. CEST, so 4 p.m. Brussels time. So for those of you who are kind of to the east of us, it might be a bit shorter. For those west of us, it might be a little bit longer. But just make sure that you get those votes in time, because otherwise your vote will be discounted. So make sure that you vote in time. Enjoy the break, and we'll come back in about 10 minutes. Hello, Volters. Hello, world. We're back after a hopefully energizing coffee break. I hope that you enjoyed it. I have a question for those of you who are watching us on YouTube or also watching us on Twitter or wherever. You know, if you had to pick a European city or a European country that you would want to go for vacation, or if you wish you were there, which one would it be? Give us your answer in the chat, and we'll potentially call out some of those to see, you know, which one is the most popular destination based on the Volters watching the GA. Those of you who have been trying to vote might have been aware that there was a small technical glitch. You know, when it comes to technology, there's always little glitches, and unfortunately we encountered one of those, and that is relating to vote number 3. So vote number 3 began at 11:10 CEST. So for those of you who weren't able to get to vote number 3, if you refresh your browser, if you click on the link again, you'll be able to finally vote, and the vote will close as scheduled at 16 CEST. So just be aware that if you had a couple of issues getting to that vote, that's quite normal. We spotted that issue and we fixed the problem, so you can now go and vote for whether you approve or disapprove of the proposed amendments. We're now going to move to the next agenda item, which is all about building electability. So the second priority of the board. And to help us navigate through what that actually means, we have Anouk back on the stage. Anouk, welcome back. And you're going to be walking us through what this is actually mean and how we're going to be able to connect with that particular priority. So I'm really excited to hear from you about this. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Kim. Happy to be back. And I'm going to share my screen again. There we go. Yes. So talking about strategic priorities, I'm going to guide you through what we're really planning for with building up electability for 2024. And it's all going to be about developing a joint roadmap. So I have this picture of how we're going to get to this roadmap. And what you see is on the one hand, the national chapters, and on the other hand, Volt Europa. We're going to focus on 7 milestones that I'm going to share more about with you more in depth. And those milestones are member growth, Volt brand, fundraising, campaign, candidates, leadership, and the policy program. And our goal is to really make a roadmap together, because we are in this together, and this is our unique opportunity to really have a pan-European campaign through all the countries in Europe and to show our political European voice. So what we do with the strategic priority is to really have workshops with the national chapters, and with that we really help them and support them to make their national plans, and based on those plans we also make our European plan, and then have a joint roadmap that leads us from right now until 2024. So what that looks like is what I'm going to share with you. So another full slide. So what we've been doing first is to really have workshops with the national chapters. As I said before, when we talked about strategic priorities, for us it is super important to make sure that we do this together, and because ultimately all the action happens on the ground with all of you joining from your countries, as maybe as a volunteer, maybe as a candidate yourself. So we really want to make sure that whatever we do fits what you need. So to start with that, we had workshops with the national chapters. And so these workshops, we did them around the 7 milestones that I already said. But maybe to give you a little bit more of an insight is that each workshop started with really focusing first on all the regulations that are needed to be taken into account. So that is all the national regulations on how to participate, how would you define or how would you achieve a national success? What is your political identity? Are you already registered as a party? If not, what is needed to get there? And also the regulations on party financing. So then when we look at member growth, we really made plans together with the teams of the national chapters to look at what is your member base right now. And in order to really be successful, how much members would you need? And what we see there is that there's quite a big step to still be made in many of our chapters. So we also talk a lot about how do we do that. So how do we ensure growth of members, but also really make sure that we focus on diversity in the broader sense of the word of diversity, but also ensuring that we really have female and gender balanced lists. So it's part of that topic to really look at how do we support chapters in getting there. The Volt brand is all about how do we make sure that Volt becomes a common household name in every chapter where we are active. So it means looking at what kind of media can you tap into, how can you be successful there? Is it social media? Is it TV? Is it OPEDs? Whatever it might be. But also how do we showcase what we stand for? So it's about the events that we participate in and collaborations maybe with partners that are also all about the same topics as we are. Fundraising is really about, well, what is the national infrastructure for fundraising, what is allowed to receive, for example, from the European level, and yeah, how can we really make a plan together, because funding needs to happen both on the European level and on the national level. And then obviously candidates. So how many candidates do you need? What do you expect to need from the European angle to be training in capacity? And what would you do ideally to select candidates? And then the leadership, obviously, all of this happens with a strong and good leadership and leading by example. So what is needed there? Is support needed? Or what can we offer and how can we work on this together? So the policy program, Thor already talked about too. We really need to also have the development of our policies part of it. So these are the milestones that we really focused on during our workshops. And we already conducted the first workshops, which was with France, Germany, Greece, Italy, Luxembourg, Malta, and Spain. We had our first initial discussions with Portugal, Romania, and Netherlands. And the next workshops with the other chapters and follow-ups will be in May and June. So our goal is ultimately to really present a roadmap to all of you by July, and hopefully we can have discussions on it when we meet each other in Prague in October. It's important to realize who is working on this, I think. So Francesca, our president, and myself on behalf of the board, and we're being supported by Janke Heineke and Mike Winkel. And our goal is really as this team to make sure that roadmap is there and also then advise on how can we organize this in a good way. So then it can really be taken on by the national chapters, by our functional teams, and make it come to life. So in each workshops, there were 2 representatives of our own team, the Building of Electability team. There was 1 representative of the European board and the national boards themselves, as well as anyone they felt needed to join from their teams. And basically the questions that we focused on with the milestones is every time again, what does a chapter need in order to get ready when you look at the milestones, and how can these milestones also be achieved within the national context, which differs throughout the whole of Europe, and what would then be the main priorities. And then obviously what is needed from the European team. So there's a lot of information coming at you, but this will all be worked out in a plan. We are not there yet because we're still conducting the workshops, but for us, most importantly, is to hear the voices of the national chapters and how can we make this happen together. Based on the first initial input, we also discussed together with all of our board and the general secretaries to really look, okay, what can we at least offer from a European angle? And that's again focused on those milestones. So what is really needed, and we know is that there is a strong onboarding structure for our members, because if we grow, we'll have a high influx of members and they need to be as welcomed as any member has already been welcomed. And they need to know how to find their way around, how to get involved as much as they can. We will focus on pan-European events. Obviously, and Lucia also addressed it with professionalizing of Volt. We need a strong infrastructure to support all of this. And we want to offer guidelines on how can we grow as a chapter with our members. For the Volt brand, we will focus on communication training. So that is on social media, but it's also on public speaking, how to write OPEDs, whatnot. And also really launched the brand campaign. Volt Nederland, Volt Germany already used it a lot in their elections. How can we make sure that that is also spread across the whole of Europe, so that whenever you visit another country, you will find the same Volt branding and you know we are part of one big team focusing on the elections for 2024. Obviously, we will also have the tools to evaluate where we are and KPIs to see if we really are increasing visibility, so that we can monitor this together and make sure that it happens. And when something fails, that we look at how can we improve for the next time. And obviously, there are also guidelines guidelines for communication. Our fundraising plan is really to support the national chapters with a staffed expansion team. Some of our chapters are still growing, and in order for them to really grow, to have the needed members, we really want to see how can we have people come to the countries, help them out with organizing events, and really help them grow. We will focus also on creating our European Spinoza Circle. This is a circle that is used in Volt Nederland with donors that come together that support Volt Nederland on a regular basis. So we are also working with the fundraising team to see how can we make this happen on a European level. So with European people joining as donors. We will work on fundraising trainings to make pitches available and materials available, and train candidates and teams on how to fundraise, and obviously also give guidelines on fundraising and formats and channels. And then obviously the candidates, if you are considering to run, please watch us, follow us, because we're going to organize a Run for Volt program, which will start with really initiating people that are interested so that you can hear what it's all about. And we'll have different phases. So one phase will be about sparking that first glow of thinking, I want to join. And then once you've signed up and when you're ready to really committed and join as a candidate, to then boost your competences and capacity to really be the best candidate to represent Volt in your country or maybe on a transnational list. We will be working on a European candidate profile, which would serve like an advisory role to the chapters, because ultimately the selection will happen on the national level. And then we will also ensure that we have collaboration with candidates throughout of Europe, because how cool is it that when you're running in Volt, the Netherlands, and you can write an op-ed together with someone in Volt Romania, and you can really bring that pan-Europeanness come to life. For the campaign, we're going to also work on a very clear framework for European campaign coordination, because how can we really make sure that we speak the same voice throughout of Europe in this specific campaign? And we will also offer and guide direction on the key political issues. And that is also highly connected to the political program, where we will set the political direction with the input of the national chapters and of all of our members, so that we can all be involved in developing the political program, but the direction will come from the European angle. So I'm sharing a lot, but obviously we're not ready yet to present this in a plan, which we will do hopefully soon in July, where we hope that all the national teams will have their rough plans ready, the European plan is ready, and the joint roadmap is ready to be presented. So we can also engage with that with all of you. Then the goal is towards full 2020 or early 2023, is to have that campaign framework ready, to have candidates being trained, to have the policy being developed, and the growth in members, our visibility and funding is happening. So we move from 2022 into 2023, from preparation into execution. And then hopefully in the full GA in 2023, we will be ready to share who is going to run for us throughout different countries, and to share what they're going to run on. So the policy program and the campaign program attached to that. And then 2024 comes, and then we'll be scoring. So then we will be really gearing up for elections with a true pan-European campaign with candidate collaboration, events, and communication throughout. And basically, if you're thinking, how can I join? How can I participate? You can do it on every way you want. So if you want to support your national chapter in developing of the plan and the execution of the plan, reach out to your national boards, get involved there. If you want to join from the European angle, reach out to us so we can make sure that you are allocated with the teams. If you're thinking, I want to run as a candidate, really watch it closely and register and participate in our programs so we can really make this come to life together. I'm really excited to share this with you at this point. I'm also looking forward to work together with the national chapters, as well as the functional teams on the European level that are all connected with the milestones and in this plan to make this come to life. And a huge thank you also to our general secretaries coordinating and organizing all of this for us. So I've been talking a lot, so now I am ready also to receive your questions, and I want to thank you up to now, and stop sharing so you can see me better.
Anouk, thanks a lot. Sounds really exciting. Sign me up for whatever. This is a great roadmap. I'm looking forward to experiencing all of this. I do have two questions for you.
Nice.
The question actually comes from our very own Kim. Thank you. Thank you for sending this one through. And he's wondering, is there also plans to explore which elections are best to target based on where a chapter has the best chances of getting elected and resources, e.g. favoring local versus European or national over regional?
Yeah, very good question. When we talk with chapters, we really also look at it's every workshop starts with what is really needed. So we really talk with the chapters, what is a threshold, what is the number of candidates you would need, and also then compare to where the chapter is now and how is that feasible, how can we make it happen, and then from there we will also look at what is then possible, and also we have to be open if something is not achievable, then how can we make something work out still with the party. And all of that is together with the national chapters. So we're really not deciding for anyone, but with everyone involved to figure out when can we really make sure that we peak where we should peak and put our energies and investments where it should be.
That sounds great. And Kim looks happy. So I assume. Yeah. One more question for you. This one comes from, actually two more questions. We're a little bit over time, but I suggest we take both questions. The first one comes from Serafim Bachas from Volt Greece, and he asks, Anouk mentioned IT infrastructure as deliverable from Volt Europa. Is there a plan to hire IT professionals to cope with the bottlenecks of tech issues at the European level?
Yeah, in the budget for 2022, there is already a budget allocated for IT resources and support on that, and we're also already utilizing a little bit of it. But Thor is our accountable board member for the tech infrastructure or technical team, and he's really working closely with the tech team to develop their strategy on how to utilize that budget, and that is obviously also not only thought of from the European angle, but really working together with all of you to figure out what is really needed and how can we again invest where we should be, so we really make sure that we have a stable infrastructure. So long answer to simple yes, there is funding for that available.
That sounds great. I think this is really one of the areas where we need to invest. So that sounds really great. So final question for you comes from Fabian Gaukel from Volt Germany. I'm going to abbreviate your question a little. So what he's wondering is about, did you already take the election reform into account in the possible implementation of transnational lists?
Well, at the moment that we had the workshops, we still didn't know the vote. It actually happened this week, so we are all equally exciting to see. So it passed in European Parliament, but now it also has to pass in the national. So we still can't plan for it fully, but it is definitely on our radar, and really to see how to make this work out. And just now speaking on the top of my head, one of the things that I think would really, if there's chapters that are not able to really come up with their own list, this is a unique way to still have a pan-European list if that is possible in that chapter. So we're really looking at that. And as such, I think it's a huge success and milestone that Damien was able to achieve for us. So yeah, let's make sure that we utilize it to the best that we can.
Awesome, thank you so much.
Cool.
That's it. Thanks, Anouk.
Thank you.
All right, we're almost in time.
Perfect.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
And thanks, Anouk. And in fact, we're going to do a bit of a chair switching within the moderating team, because it is time for Katerina to take over the chair responsibilities. And Alexia, it's time for you to shine as our Q&A moderator, and I'll be back after lunch. So Katerina, the floor is yours, and I hope that we keep to time.
I'll do my very best. Thank you, Kim. Yeah, we're going to just keep it fresh for all of you, switching it through a little. Alexia is here and going to take your questions. Next agenda point, we're actually heading into the election areas. So this is going to be super exciting because we've already heard about the conflict resolution body today. Thank you, Jeffrey, for answering all these questions. And now it's getting real. So we are going to elect, hopefully, or you are going to elect a member to the conflict resolution body, and we have her here. Julie, I think you're already on stage. Yes, here she is.
Yes, I am.
Great to have you. And the stage is essentially yours. We're really happy to learn a little bit more about you, what you can bring to the role, what made you apply to this specific role. Just give us a little bit of juice and insights.
Yeah, sure. Thank you. So hello, everyone. I'm Julie. I'm French, and I'm a member of Volt Luxembourg. I've been involved in Volt for 4 years now, mostly on the board of Volt Luxembourg, actually. And I'm a lawyer by profession. So I really wanted to contribute to Volt with my legal skills. And that's why I got interested in the position in the CRB. Also because when I was a member of the board of Volt Luxembourg, I was involved as well in the drafting of the internet regulations and the new statutes of the IASBL. So I have a good background on how Volt Europa is structured, so I could definitely help with making sure that Volt Europa has a good governance. And also, I think I have the legal skills, let's say, to be sure to contribute to the resolution of the conflicts that would be brought to the CRB. And yes, I'm excited now to actually contribute to Volt Europa at the European level, and that's it. So I will take any questions if you have some.
Awesome, thank you. So if anybody has any question for Julie, we have a little bit of time, so just send them in. Maybe you can give us a little bit more insights in why you feel that Volt Europa will need a strong and really good conflict resolution body.
Yeah, I think the more we are growing, actually, I mean, look at the past 2 years, Volt Europa became really, really big and more professional as well. So I think we really need to have an independent body which can look if the statutes are respected, if there is a smooth relationship between members. And so I think it's really important to have an independent body who can look into the conflicts which are raising, because the more we grow, I think the more conflicts we'll have as well. So it's important that we'll be stronger, and I'm actually happy to have heard that it's the conflict resolution body scope is being restructured to be sure that we're also stronger.
That sounds amazing. Can you share anything more about what you feel makes a good conflict resolution body, or what qualities anybody should bring to the body?
Yeah, I think it's important that people have a legal background, first of all, or maybe not all of the members, but at least half of them, because it's important to know how to think when you have a conflict brought to you, to look at the facts, to then bring them together and then decide on a solution. And another important characteristic that a member should have of the conflict resolution body is independence. So we need to overlook at the conflicts from an objective perspective as well. So yes, and I think that all of the members at the moment have those characteristics. So I'm looking forward to work with them if I'm elected.
Well, that sounds amazing. Great. Alexia, do we have any questions from the audience for Julie?
So far, not yet, but if you do have any questions, please go ahead and send them in and I can ask them for you.
Awesome. All right. Thank you, Julie. Thank you for introducing yourself, and also thanks a lot for applying for this position and helping Volt Europa grow. That's it's great. Everyone who's taken up some responsibilities here, it's great. All right, I think we're ready to start the vote. And let's do that and open vote number 4 at 11:39. The question you will be asked here is whether to approve or disapprove for Julie to join the conflict resolution body. And the vote should be open. Now it will stay open until 4 o'clock. All right, thank you, Julie.
Thank you.
All right, thank you so much. That was a really quick agenda item. We're moving on to the next one. Yeah. Sorry,
yes, there seems like there is one question from Kim actually. How does she see the relationship with local conflict resolution bodies?
Yeah, it's a good question, because I think, as Jeffrey mentioned earlier, at the moment, we need to make clear that the CRB at the level of Volt Europa is not involved in the conflicts in the other Volt jurisdictions. So I think there is no direct connection between those. Maybe they can ask, advice on how to structure or how to proceed. But otherwise, the CRB of Volt Europa should not really be involved in any of the conflicts of other Volt chapters. So I don't see a lot of interaction between the CRB of Volt Europa and the CRB of Volt chapters.
Thanks. Thanks a lot. So the vote is open. Please go to Tasker, cast your vote, approve or disapprove for Julie to join our conflict resolution body. Thanks a lot. All right. Thanks, Julie. We're moving on. There's more elections up ahead, and we have the next agenda item is the elections of our internal auditors. And I think we have 2 candidates here. Yes, they've already joined our stage. It's great to have you here. Johan and Benjamin, both of you, whoever wants to start, please just give us some insights about who you are, what you're doing inside and outside of Volt, what do you bring to this role, and particularly, why do you apply for this particular role?
Yeah, if I can start.
Of course.
Yeah, first of all, I'm really honored that I can be here. I'm really excited to do this. I always want to be a volunteer for something so special as a political movement. So I'm really honored that I can contribute my skill in which I'm trained to contribute that to the movement. And I really hope that we will engage more of whole Volt towards the process of the audit, because it's such an important thing that everything is correct. And I'm really looking forward to work together with Johan if I get elected to make something really well and talk with external auditors. I myself at the moment am an external auditor, so I do know about what they will look for, and I'm really excited that I can be on the other side of the table right now and actually helping Volt get through the process.
Thank you. I think we're heading over to Johan, but we can't hear you. Unfortunately, we cannot hear you.
Okay, now?
I'm not getting any better.
Okay.
Yes. Yes.
Okay. Okay. Now, where are we? Here we are. Okay. So, well, hi also from my side, the European with a German passport living in Greece and a member of Volt Europa for about 2 years now. I cannot really add very much to what Benjamin has said in terms of the honor of being here and looking forward to really bringing this thing forward. About myself, I joined Volt because I'm a European and I hate anything that has to do with nationalities and national stuff and national priorities and that kind of stuff. And for me, Volt Europa was the opportunity to take the world to the next level. But of course, you cannot take the world to the next level as a whole. You can only do something at the level where you can really change things. And so I was very excited to find this opportunity to be a candidate for internal auditing. My long professional career has always seen me on the other side. I've been doing management stuff in all kinds of institutions, never private, always public institutions, and I actually always enjoyed working with auditors because the auditors could tell me things that I didn't know about my own institution. And so learning by working with the auditors for many, many years, I thought that this would be something to contribute, that I can share what I've learned over all the years. And I would really look forward to taking Volt Europa to another professional level. This is talking about increasing professionality. So we would, I think, both be able to bring things to another level in terms of professional leadership.
Thank you. It does sound like both of you are really excited to become or internal auditors. Question to the two of you: how would you actually approach those tasks? Since you're going to be a team, give us a little bit of insight of your teamwork.
I didn't quite get the question. Sorry.
How do you can you give us a little bit more details about how you want to start the job and exactly approach the tasks that are lying ahead of you?
Benjamin, you want to start?
Yeah, sure. So first of all, I really look forward to work together with Johan, because he really brings a different kind of knowledge than I already have. So he's more into the board meetings and know what kind of information they want and how to be on the personal level. I'm more myself on the techniques. So I know what I need to do to control the information, and I'm also data analysis specialized in data analysis. So I really look forward to automate certain processes. And how I see it, but we still have to discuss everything. Is first, I want a clear picture what is already there in the organization, like describe, okay, what kind of legal entities are there, which kind of people are at certain places. And one of the most important controls you can have in the organization is the tone at the top. So the tone at the top needs to be good. Otherwise, you can have a lot of checks and balances, but if the people aren't sincere, then it's a lost cause. So we will certainly look into that. And after that, yeah, I will go crazy on all the controls, but also keeping in mind that the financial team has a lot of tasks on their plate, and I don't want to give them more tasks. So I also want to support them in their work while adding control to the processes.
Okay, well, yeah. Again, I think I can sign most of the stuff you said. I think first, the most important start will be to find out what is already in place in terms of rules, regulations. What authorities do we as internal auditors really have? What happens to the reports that once we have something to report? With whom can we discuss, at what level, that kind of stuff. I'm a lawyer, so the first thing is always for me to have a look what rules and regulations are in place that we have to take care of, and that anybody who has to be responsible for something inside Volt has to look at and comply with. Because, I mean, auditing is about making sure that people stick to rules and help them do that. So we have to know, first of all, what rules exist, which seems to be a bit complicated when we look at the Volt universe.
Absolutely. Sticking to the rules may sound a little dire, but it's part of becoming more professional. Definitely. Alexia will notify us in case the audience has any questions for you. But in the meantime, getting a little bit more specific, do you see any potential financial risks for Volt Europa upcoming?
What do you mean risk? not having enough money.
Well, that certainly is a risk, but talking about sticking to the rules. So do you see?
No, I mean, Volt is getting its money externally. We're not earning our money ourselves. That we have money that have been entrusted to us, and that, of course, always comes with a risk that you can disappoint the people who trust you. And I think that is the most important job of the auditors, to avoid Volt getting in the headlines for any money that got embezzled somewhere, that got lost somewhere, that somebody put in his private pockets. All these kind of stuff happens. And I think there's, besides the external risk, there's also an internal risk, because we work with volunteers, and these guys, they have a lot of enthusiasm, and in their enthusiasm, they could possibly forget to look at the rules, and they could put themselves in trouble. So it would be very sad if somebody got in trouble without really knowing what he was doing. And so the auditors should be in a position to help people keep out of trouble.
Yeah, and I totally agree with what Johan said. It also connects to the thing I said earlier, the tone at the top. Like, we can follow all certain rules and be according to the book, but if people do stuff according to the book, but not according to the ethical values of Volt, we will still have negative influences, negative effect. So that is one of the most important and special risks that Volt has right now.
It's good to know that the two of you will have our backs. It really sounds like that. Alexia, you have a question.
Yes, we have one question for both of you. How are you planning to help ensure national chapters have a cohesive voice?
Yeah, so first of all, when we started this position, I think we have to take it top down. So first start at Volt Europe, see what's everything in place over there, make sure everything is correct. And I still have to see how the chapters are connected to the legal entity. So the legal entity of the chapters are connected to the legal entity of Europe, to see what kind of procedures we need to take with related to the being one voice. I don't have any control on what is being said, but I do have control on looking after the money, how it is spent, how the commissions are getting their budget, stuff like that. So being one voice, that will probably look like that Volt has a clear picture of the finances of the legal entities in the different chapters.
I understand that also there is a problem with the fact that different chapters have different legal frameworks, because in every country there's different regulations, laws about, for example, how a party is allowed to gather its money to have to be funded, and that will be different in every country, so that has to be taken care of at the national level. And in addition, of course, there's rules that we want to be complied with at the European level. And I think it will be not easy to get all this stuff together into one picture, but I'm a very strong believer that the Volt only has a future if it is really an entity. And so I would very much want to contribute to make sure that this is the case, even if at the moment we have different chapters working under different legal systems. It must all be kept under this big umbrella, which is purple.
Okay. Oh, sorry, Katrina.
No worries. I think there's more questions, at least
yes.
4.
Okay, let me ask the next one. So we have from Kim, Do you potentially see your role supporting the national chapters with their own record keeping, especially if, like in previous European elections, the European level will financially support the chapters with their campaigns?
Yeah, so for me, that will be, I don't know who's going to speak. So, but for me, that will be.
I didn't quite get the question, so you get started.
Okay. For me, that will be what we call happy land. I really want Europe to be in control of the money supply, how it gets spent in the local chapters. But what I said earlier, I don't know how the legal entities in the certain chapters are related to the Volt Europe chapter. So probably the local chapters have their own saying about how the money is spent. So we have to see how much control we can implement, how much control they are willing to give us. But yeah, if I would picture my happy land, then it will all be connected, and Volt Europe can be almost real time, capable of viewing the financial transactions of the local chapters.
I might add that we always have to keep in mind the huge differences we have between the chapters. Some are tiny and they just don't have the possibility to set up their own infrastructure regarding, for example, auditing. And so we will possibly find ourselves really helping them with getting some basics in place to make sure that they stick to the rules they have to apply. Whilst other chapters are huge and they can have their own infrastructure, and there it would be a completely different thing. We would possibly be working with people who are national auditors and who also know what they're talking about. And that would be a completely different role, I think. I look forward to both.
Okay, yes.
Anything upcoming, yeah.
We also have another question from someone in the UK. So they say, here in the UK, the source of political funds is a hot topic. Do you see this as an issue for Volt Europa as well as national chapters?
Johan?
Well, it's definitely an issue we have to be careful with. I mean, all the national laws have to be followed very conscientiously, I think. And I also think it's a good idea, because if there is endless amounts of money that can go into campaigns, this money will, tilt things in the one or the other way, because too much money is always, influences people in a way you possibly don't want them to get influenced. We all heard about the Brexit, where a lot of money went into Facebook campaigns and nobody really knew where the money came from. And that kind of thing is absolutely a no-go, I think. And we would have to make sure that nobody can say that we did something like that in any country.
Yeah, and that's why I really look forward to working together with Johan, because I'm more into all the financial information, like are all the transactions correct? And Johan really looks behind that picture. Okay, what is the influence of the transactions on a broader scale? And I think it's part of the transparency that also got mentioned last Thursday in the questions to us. We want to make it really transparent so people get more involved. And hopefully next time there will be a lot of applicants for the next internal auditors.
Thank you. So, Alexia,
Yes.
I would have time for one more question.
Yes, I think we only have one more question.
Awesome.
Let me just check. Yes, okay, there's one more question from Cybrin Van Dijk from the Netherlands. I'm sorry if I butchered your name. So the question is, which are the main topics you as internal auditors expect to face, which have the specific attention of the external auditors?
Yeah. So the external auditors will mostly first want to get a picture, just like I told earlier, of what is exactly the control environment. So what are the legal entities? Which ones do we need to control? Maybe it's only Europe, maybe it's the different chapters. So they really want to know that. Second, they want to see who's in charge of those different legal entities, but also get interviews with the people running the processes. So are the processes, as you think they are, really in place? And that's also what I'm really curious about. Are they actually in place as we think they do? So I will probably also get these interviews, and hopefully the external auditors can take my work or our work to help their external audit.
I don't have anything to add to that.
Amazing. I can already feel the teamwork between the two of you. The flow is just great. Thanks a lot. So we can, oh yeah, just one important information. If anybody in the audience still wants to learn more about the work of the internal auditors team, there's going to be a workshop dedicated to the auditors work, starting at 1:30. So we will learn more about this later on. Just as a announcement right now, there will be more information to whomever is interested. Which means we can head on to the vote. There is a bit of explanation around this vote. You're going to go face two questions. The first question is fairly obvious. It is to approve or disapprove for either of these to join the internal auditors team. And the second question becomes necessary because we are actually lacking one application. So there should be 3 people joining the internal auditors team. We only have 2 candidates right now. So the second question is proposing that the General Assembly, which is all of us, grant the Electoral Committee the mandate to propose one more candidate to fill this vacancy to the Board of Volt Europa and the Country Council, who would then approve this candidacy. And then that is very important. The candidate will be confirmed by another election in the General Assembly in October 2022. So this year. Yeah. So to read this one more time, there's a second question in here, which becomes necessary because we're lacking one person for the team to be complete. And we're essentially asking you to grant the Electoral Committee the mandate to propose a candidate to fill this role until we can confirm it in the next General Assembly. All right, guys.
Let me just add one sentence.
Please.
Benjamin and I did our best to show that we are really nice guys. So where's the third one to come? But I would prefer if it was a woman.
That is, of course, a very great comment. Yeah, ideally, since this is now hopefully going to be in the hands of the Electoral Committee, let's just give them a strong hint, a strong push towards finding a woman to join your team. That's
just a diversity would be good. I wouldn't say per se a woman, but just a diversity. But also, the interest is very important. So I can really help you if you're a bit insecure about some things, or you can help me if I'm insecure about some things. But yeah, just interest to learning this, that's really important, and getting involved.
I think we'll be able to, I can sense the 3 of you will be able to do that. Awesome. Anyways, thank you so much. We're going to go open this vote now, which is 4 minutes past 12. The vote opens with 2 questions and it's going to close at 4 o'clock. Thank you. Thanks a lot. And the 2 of you can actually leave the stage. We're heading on to the agenda item.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. All right, the next one on the list is also quite important. We have an announcement around the ombudspeople, which has also been a topic already before, and we're going to head start this agenda item with Charles. He's already on the stage, and the stage is essentially yours.
Hi, it's a pleasure to be here. So my name's Charles. I'm the non-executive board member responsible for governance. And so this part of the agenda actually has two different parts. I've been asked to first present the board's priorities for governance and what you can expect in terms of the things we'll be working on between now and October. And there's a second part of this agenda item where our amazing ombudspersons, Vahid and Vilma, will be presenting themselves as well as their work. So I'll first be presenting a relatively brief overview. I have a presentation which I'll try to share if I can. I hope this is working. I've tested it out before, so I'm going to assume it's okay. So yeah, as I said, the first part of this agenda item is meant to talk about a little bit the things that you can expect in terms of what we hope to change in October. And hopefully also how you can help with pushing forward these changes. So there are 5 different priorities that we have set. You can see them here, and I'll be going briefly into them and why it's so important that we can hopefully propose these changes, or at least discuss them. The first has to do with GA rules. So as you might have heard, for example, from Jeffrey, who presented an earlier point, in terms of proposing changes to the statutes, there are actually relatively strict rules in terms of requiring 1/3 of the membership to participate in order for those changes to be applied. That is typically something we never achieve. And so in practice, what it means is that we actually have to organize 2 GAs every time we want to change the statutes. That is somewhat problematic. It's not workable. And so that's one of the reasons why we hope to change this part of the statutes so that our governance is actually a bit more effective. The second has to do with organizing physical GAs, specific changes to the statutes. This sounds fine. It sounds good. Like we'll be meeting all in Prague. We've met in Sofia and Lisbon before, but actually having a physical GA is not exactly what you might expect. Having a physical GA means that only the people who are at the GA physically present can participate. And so actually the GAs we've done physically before, they weren't physical GAs, they were electronic GAs, because people who were participating from home because they couldn't join us at the physical location where we're holding this GA, they could still participate. And that's really key. And we want to try to see if it's possible to change the statutes so that we can actually make electronic voting something which can be used to change different parts of the statutes and not just some parts and not others. Last but not least, additional agenda items. You might have seen different agenda items being proposed, for example, for this GA, and the rules regarding this specific part aren't necessarily as efficient or as good as we might want them to be. And so that's something else which we might want to discuss in terms of how we can potentially make them a bit more workable. So that's the first big package. The first has to do with Delegate Assembly. If you look at our statutes, you'll notice that actually there is a part of our statutes which talk about a Delegate Assembly. From the fact that you are all voting on different agenda items and specifically changes to the statutes, you'll realize that we don't have a Delegate Assembly, even though it's in our statutes. When the statutes were originally written, it was intended for us to have one, but there were some issues. And since then, this topic has been delayed for quite some time. And so at the October GA, we hope to essentially make a final decision. Either we decide to actually implement this Delegate Assembly, and we have to clear up what are the actual rules in terms of how they're elected and how they will represent us, or we decide not to have a Delegate Assembly, in which case we'll remove this from our statutes, and we'll also remove references to it in our internal regulations. This is a very crucial topic for us in terms of how we want to have our internal democracy, and this needs to be cleared up as soon as possible, and so that's why we'll be discussing in October. Third, this is something which Jeffrey also talked about before, the voting rights for associate member associations. So we're specifically here talking about countries which aren't in the EU, but who are associated to Volt Europa. And unfortunately, our statutes right now do not give them voting rights. And that is not acceptable. That does not reflect how we want to have our internal democracy. And so that's something else we originally wanted to change in this GA, and it's something which we plan on proposing at the next GA. Unfortunately, this has to do with the GA rules I mentioned before, which we're also hopefully changing. But that's the reason why it couldn't be changed in this GA, but hopefully it will be done in the future. Fourth, the integrity system. You've already heard about it before. A code of conduct is something we very badly need. Here you can see our internal regulations, which make reference to it, specifically in regards to the task of the internal auditing team, who you just heard from before. Part of their task has to do with enforcing this code of conduct, and that's what it says in internal regulations, but it currently does not exist. So it is a very high priority for us to get this done, and it will be done. We have an amazing intern who's actually working on this intensively. His name's Ward, and he's actually organizing a workshop, I believe, to talk about these issues. And so we really encourage you to participate in this if you're interested. And last but not least, European board election rules. So there are different issues, different things which we might consider changing. And the October GA is probably the best time to discuss them, because it is perfectly in between elections of the board you currently have and the next board, which will be in a year's time. And so that's the reason why we want to discuss it during that GA. The first topic will be the term length. So we're currently elected for 2 years. It has been discussed if we want to potentially change that to, for example, 3 years. The actual system that we use, we currently use a system called board accounts. Whether or not that is the best system to be using, whether it's the most democratic, the most fair, that is a very valid topic of discussion. And so we hope to propose different options in terms of whether or not we want to change it, and if we were to change it, how. And lastly, staggered elections. It's a weird name, but it's essentially, for example, how the Dutch board is elected. Instead of electing the whole board in one package, you can essentially split the board into different parts, and different parts of the board are elected during different years. This would actually go to some extent quite well with term lengths, because, well, as you might know, we have a board of 9 people. So you could easily split it in 3 and have each third being elected every year. But then that third would be elected for 3 years. Those two issues are not necessarily don't necessarily have to go together. It's possible to have one and not the other. Yeah, it's another change which we might consider, which is likely to be proposed at the next GA. And so, yeah, that's about it. There's quite a lot of changes, but we think it's necessary to discuss them, and we look forward to proposing them. If you're interested at all, Rainier and I are both kind of championing these changes within the board, since we're responsible for it within the board. And if you're interested at all, we really heavily encourage you to actually reach out to us. As Jeffrey kind of briefly mentioned before, we will try to create a team which will be focusing on this. Coordination with the legal team is going to be really key here as well. But we don't necessarily only need legal minds. We just need people who are passionate about these issues. And so, yeah, we really wholeheartedly encourage you to reach out to us if you're interested in working on any of these issues. And so, yeah, I wanted to kind of give the floor to Vilma and Vahid, who both also wanted to introduce themselves and who wanted to talk about their work as ombudspersons. So, yeah, the floor is yours.
Awesome. The two of you are here and can start to speak immediately. I just wanted to give you a brief heads up after this agenda item. Once we've heard from Vahid and Vilma, we'll be heading into the break. So good news ahead, the break is upon us. And now please, Vahid, Vilma, here you go.
Yes, thank you for getting the opportunity to introduce ourselves as ombudspersons. And hello, Volters. I'm Wilma van Beers, one of your 2 ombudspersons, and appointed by the European Board in February 2022. I'm really grateful that this new institute has been established by the board.
Wilma, sorry to interrupt you. We don't see your video.
Oh, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. I pressed on it, but okay. Well, sorry, but I'm still grateful that this institute has been established, because according to the amount of requests we got, it seems that there was an urgent need for this body. I'm from the Netherlands, from Volt Eindhoven, and my Volt adventure started last year, just after the national elections. But in reality, I was a Volter all my life, but only Volt didn't exist then. During my busy working life, I was and still am an orthodontist, but I also spend much of my time on all kinds of organizational positions. After onboarding on Volt, I started with candidate selection during the local elections. And during this period, I saw, also being a registered mediator and a trained team conflict coach, that a lot of attention was really needed regarding conflict management and then on all levels of Volt. I was linked to Wahid by the board, and I think that I couldn't have gotten a better co-ombudsperson. Thank you, members of the board, for that. In our work, we complement each other. We became a real collaborating team in a very short period because of the many requests for help, which from the beginning came to us. We had to make a flying start, dealing immediately with ongoing issues. And at the same time, we had to look at what is necessary and what is needed to have a well-functioning ombudsperson's office, having its place within the organization. And we are glad that we can contribute to defining an integrity system under the direction of Wart Matthijssen, already mentioned and in this morning. This system will soon have its first concept version presented to you, as you already have heard today. During this work in progress, we defined our working method for the moment to be able to optimally respond to the community. But we realized that a lack of clarity also impacted the members who had a complaint in these first few months. That made things a bit difficult for everyone. And at this moment, we have developed a working method and a consensus about what kinds of issues belong to our working area we have also developed. But this is being worked out now. The ombudspersons are a part of the big integrity building in which the different entities will work closely together. Those entities will be the ombudspersons, the mediations teams, the CRB, the confident persons, and of course, the newly chosen integrity body. For every member of Volt, it will be made clear what is the difference between those entities. And it will be made easy for you to understand by what entities you may be helped best. And please take for granted that we will try to keep a low threshold and an easy way to contact us. Wahid will now continue our introduction.
So, thank you very much, hi everyone, and thank you very much, Vilma, for your comprehensive explanation. And let me take the occasion to express how glad I am to have her as a colleague for this crucial task. Her experience, knowledge, and dedication is definitely a great asset for our movement. So, I wish also like to thank the co-presidents and the board of Volt Europa for their trust, confidence, and the opportunity in this nomination. So I'm Wahid Salamat, and I'm from Volt Italia chapter, in particular from Volt Florence. My journey with Volt started in early 2018, and I retain myself lucky to have got to know Volt and the people of Volt in such a perfect and right time and right place. My professional career within the years has brought me to deal with many aspects of international interactions, especially here beneficial, the resolution and management of disagreements and conflicts, as well as all the operative aspects and challenges of dealing with many different cultures, languages, rules, and expectations. We are taking the first steps towards the creation of an integrated system and bodies which can lead and contribute to the improvement of our organization to a safer, fairer, and more harmonic internal environment. It is particularly important at this stage of our journey, the journey of our movement, the creation of this project. Personally, I believe if we wish to do politics in a better way, we have to prepare ourselves internally first and as a whole. The role of management of the conflicts is not only creating processes in which the people can resolve their issues together or given a judgment, but most importantly is to recognize our organizational weaknesses from which these conflicts are born, being it the lack of leadership competencies, lack of transparency, communication, or even personal skills of members and institutions, and of course, taking actions and measures for a continuous improvement. As we grow and become politically more relevant, the disagreements and contradictory opinions become stronger, which is absolutely healthy, especially in a younger group member as we are. And so, the integrated system will help us not only for our healthy internal functions as a whole European party, but also in how we manage our disagreements externally with people, rival politics, and even with political allies. Thank you, everyone. Wish you all a great GA, and I wish to invite you all to participate, especially the leaders and board members of national chapters, to participate this afternoon in the workshop that Ward will hold and give the information about this project. Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks to the both of you for introducing yourselves and giving so many insights. And next up on our agenda is our lunch break. Our lunch break is going to be until 12:50. So please just look out to the Tasker chat. We will announce when we're going to come back. It's roughly going to be 12:50. And we don't want you to head out with anything to do. So Kim, our wonderful Kim, has come up with a new question for you.
Yes. So we saw that you guys are actually reacting really well on YouTube and as well on Twitter. So let's keep that going. I have two questions for you. First of all, if Europe was a drink, what would that drink be? You know, would it be alcoholic? Would it be water? What would it be? So give us your answers in the chat, and we'll mull over them when we come back from the break. And the second question, it's an easy one. What are you guys going to be having for lunch? You know, it has half an hour. So what is going to be your food of choice? So give us your answers. And don't forget, you know, also give us your feedback on how the GA has been so far. So, you know, we have a hashtag, Volt GA22. Give us your thoughts in terms of how it's gone. What have you found interesting? What do you think Volt should do more of? What should Volt do less of? Give us all your feedback. We'd love to hear from you. Enjoy your break and see you at 12:50. Is that right, Katerina?
That is right. Enjoy your break. 12:50 it is. See you guys.
See you.
Today, we celebrate the 5th birthday of Volt Europa.
5 years ago, Volt was just an idea, shared by a small group of passionate people,
dreaming about a more democratic, sustainable and fair future for Europe.
Over the years, the relevance of our vision has increased.
And we are a growing force in Europe's political landscape.
Through your unwavering support, you have helped us run in 13 different countries,
resulting in over 100 voters elected in different cities across Europe, the Dutch and Bulgarian Parliament,
and in the European Parliament. Thank you. But this is only the beginning.
With your continued support, we can reach even more ambitious milestones in the next 5 years.
In order to achieve that, we need to raise 50,000 euros in a crowdfunding campaign.
Each donation will be doubled by a very generous donor, and this money will be used
to help spread our pan-European message and reach future members and voters through social media across Europe.
And building a full-time scale-up team to grow our national teams across Europe.
All with the goal of achieving European election success in 2024.
Now, more than ever, we need a strong, cohesive European Union to tackle the shared challenges of today.
With your support, we can achieve much more and work even harder to build a more fair, more transparent and more sustainable European Union.
You can help us by making a donation to celebrate our 5th birthday.
Every donation, big or small, matters.
You're not just making a donation, you are making a difference.
Thank you for all your support in the past 5 years. Let's achieve a lot more together. Thank you and happy birthday, Volt Europa.
Awesome. Thank you so much and welcome back to our General Assembly. I hope you all had a great lunch and enjoyed the social media activity around naming the drink that you feel Europe really is. Thank you for participating and making all that noise. Making noise is important, but not just making noise, also raising our voices. We've heard it from Francesca in her really strong opening note that these are times to be political, these are times to raise our voices for what we want to live in the future, but also against, for instance, this awful, horrible and dreadful invasion of Ukraine that we've all been witnessing for the past few weeks. So the next part of what is very special keynote part that we're now heading into is all about raising our voices, but also to be listening to each other. And so I feel really, really excited and as dire as it may sound, a little happy even to have a Ukrainian voice join this assembly. We have a pre-recorded keynote from Mikhailo, who's a Volt member and a Ukrainian citizen. And if I'm informed correctly, he's currently in Kiev. I didn't know if he'd be having access to the internet or be at a desk right now. So he pre-recorded a note that we are now all going to be listening into.
Dear Walters,
please do.
Today I'm speaking to you from Ukraine, which meets every morning to the sound of sirens and spends the day to the sounds of explosions. Ukraine is now filled with the misery, death, destruction, and at the same time, Ukraine is a place of courage, sacrifice, and freedom. My country never sought war, and their war found it 8 years ago, when the coffins of my comrades and friends began to return to cozy homes across Ukraine, who died to preserve our sleep and peace. But their victims could not stop the morning of February 24, and we have not been able to prevent a full-scale offensive by the Russian army against peaceful Ukrainian cities. Now, millions of Ukrainians have become a living shield, defending the peace and sleep of the whole of Europe. We mourn every innocent person killed and tortured. We mourn every hero who laid down his life for the sake of continuing his life in Ukraine, for the sake of peace in Europe. To be a Ukrainian is first of all to be brave, to be the one who seeks light in the dark and goes to meet it, striving to gain freedom. Freedom to live and give life on our own land. Every Ukrainian knows that he is a European who defeats values that cannot be defeated by any weapon. These are the same values that Nazi Germany could not defeat 77 years ago. My friends, Walters, I thank you for your courage. Courage to take responsibility and care for the family of the Ukrainian soldier, who thanks you with the tears in his eyes because he finally hears the voice of a happy wife and a young son who found shelter and care in your home. I am grateful to you for the courage to travel thousands of kilometers by carrying humanitarian aid to war-torn Ukraine, putting your life in danger for the lives of hundreds of Ukrainians. I am grateful for your courage to speak and act in support of Ukraine. It's to know that difficulties exist, but also to know that they can be overcome. I believe in our victory. The victory of freedom over the unspeakable pain and suffering that Russia has brought is under the slogans of the Russian world. Victories of democracy over dictatorship and tyranny. Walters, I appeal to you, and I know that your hearts beat in unison with the hearts of Ukrainians. Because we are Europeans, I hear your voices of support. I see your hands of help reaching out to Ukraine. It's time to finally unite all of us, Europeans, under the common flag of the European Union, and to say that Union needs to change. That we are all different, but just as united. We are united because we are brave and live by the same principles. The principles of freedom, equality, and the brotherhood. The European Union needs change. It needs more integration. It needs new members. And it needs a European army. The world is changing, and we are responsible for its future, for the safety of our children and loved ones, for the security of our Europe and our planet. As Ukrainian, I ask you to support Ukraine on the path to membership in the European Union. For those who say that is unrealistic, I will ask you to look out the window, and I'm sure you will see exactly how the flag of Ukraine flies next to the flag of your country. We are already united and standing side by side on the streets of your cities, defending our common European future. Walters, it's time to act. It's time to create Volt Ukraine. Glory to Ukraine, glory to Europe. Thank you.
Katerina, are you going to pass on or?
Ah, sorry. Again, what we've just heard. Straight from Ukraine. It's a little hard to find the proper catch on to keep continuing what we do. But we are actually here today to really do something, to raise our voices, work together to be heard, as we've just heard Mikhailo. And that is actually what all the next part is about. It's workshop time, and it's also time to switch our chairing and moderating setup again. So you will now be led through the next part by the wonderful Alexia. Alexia, here you go.
Thank you very much, Katerina. So I'm going to be, well, not presenting, but introducing the next agenda item, which is all about Revalue Volt project. What's key here is that all of you watching get ready to comment and give your opinions. This is a very, very important part of what Volt is all about. We very much, you know, try to live our values as much as we can. And, you know, also if you are interested to get more involved in this project, please note that there are 2 workshops scheduled at 1:30 and 3:30 on this very topic. And also, please respond to the survey as well. But enough about the introduction, I'm going to pass it on. You can begin.
Yes, welcome everyone. And we're very excited to kick off this, this project that I'm sure will be important for many of us. You know, we talk a lot about values. We hold our values close to our heart, but we're also a growing movement across Europe. And we've grown so fast that it's time to revalue our values and really think about our way to the future of Europe together with everyone. This is important for us because we deeply care about Europe and about everyone participating in shaping our future together, in doing politics differently. So this Revalue Volt project is about the way we want to connect and collaborate across that very, very diverse Europe that we are and find our way to the future of Europe together. So I will show you the program for the next half hour. So in the next half hour, the board, my colleague Ranier is here to talk about the values of our team as a board, to inspire you, hopefully. Then Sven will do, Sven Dam, our community co-lead, will do a fun exercise that will sort of center us into values and what is it that we're talking about and how come they can be so different across Europe. Then Martina, who's doing an internship with us on this values project, and we'll dive more deeply into what is that values project about, and then we'll discuss next steps. But for now, first, Ranier, the floor is yours to share the values of our team at the board of Volt Europa. Ranier.
Thank you very much, Lucia. Great to be here. Indeed, these are the values that we have chosen as to form the guiding values for how we want to collaborate within our community. This is maybe important to mention that this is something different from the political principles that we voted on years ago. And those political principles are the starting point for when we are trying to find solutions for challenges in our society. Those are 6 political principles: solidarity, sustainability, justice, equal opportunities, human rights, and liberty. However, this is more how do we want to collaborate within one another. And the country council, which is a body inside our movement where all the different representatives from the different boards meet each other from all the different countries. And within the European board, we already did values assessment of what we find the most important. And for the European board, these 3 values came out on top: courage, inclusion, and constructive. So courage, as it also said in this slide, it's about being bolder and standing up for what we believe in. It's being open to bold ideas, but also it has the element of needing to have the courage to make difficult decisions, courage to take on responsibility, which many involved have done, but also a certain courage to trust others that you might have never met yet, only worked through digitally, and to trust the people you are working with. But it can also mean, for example, showing vulnerability about what I find difficult in our team and what I personally struggle with, or the courage to speak up when I see inappropriate behavior and have difficult conversations about that behavior. So another example that I found really cool about courage is that I once spoke to a Volter who had a big fear of public speaking and said, okay, and told me about it. And she was about to present something, and I asked her, like, are you sure you want to do this? And she said, well, for the first time in my life, my passion for what we stand for and what we are trying to achieve together is bigger than my fear of public speaking. So great example of courage there. Secondly, inclusion. Inclusion for us is to proactively create an environment in which everyone feels that they can contribute and participate in Volt. So that means listening to each other in a respectful way. And at the GA in Lisbon, Volter taught me the phrase, diversity is a fact and inclusion is an act. And I really like that phrase because it shows that we have to do things in order for an inclusive environment to be created. An example of that was in the beginning of Volt in the Netherlands. We had the oldest member of Volt join, who was far in his 80s, and he found it difficult to collaborate because he wasn't as digital savvy. So a volunteer took the time to buy a smartphone together with him and really make sure that he got acquainted with how we work together, and that way he could contribute. So it means that sometimes we need to go out of our way to include people. That can be difficult and we don't always succeed, but it is what we strive for. This is important to us as a European board, and Ines Consoni, one of the European board members that you know, has made this also one of her priorities and has started a project, the Purple Project, together with the different diversity teams we have on the European level to really work on this and prioritize it in the coming 2 years. So you'll see more about that in the future. Lastly, constructive. It's a word we use often in Volt. What does it mean? Well, for us, it means assuming good intentions. It means being open to feedback and giving feedback with proposed alternatives or other solutions. And instead of just criticizing, also think in with the solution and what you can contribute to that solution. It means that we want to be hard on the content because we do want to have a certain quality, but we want to be soft on the people. And we aim at meaningful and purposeful interactions. So sometimes I notice that I personally, and maybe others also, can be quite quick in judgment, but we should try to understand the other before trying to be understood ourselves. So constructive, it does not mean that you can't give feedback or criticize, because it is good that we have the desire to strive for higher standards. But as the French say, c'est la ton qui fait la musique. It's the tone that makes the music. So when you give feedback, think about how you do it and which tone you use. So that's a quick insight in the 3 most important values in our team: courage, inclusion, and constructive. We will start off the entire Revalue Volt project with everybody today. And I think for that, I will give the word to Sven. Or Lucia, do you want to first contribute something? No? Okay, then Sven, the floor is yours.
And talking about the values of the board. Those ones are values that our board has given themselves. This is like something important because we believe that values can only work if people like all of us together define the values for us as a group. So our board can define the values for themselves, and this is important. But with regards to this project, it's really important to say that we want to include all of you, our entire movement across Europe, in creating those values. And Martine will present the project in a minute. What I would like to do, what I would like to offer you is like an exercise to start with, to really feel a little bit on what we're talking about. We have a bit of a challenge because like when I move the screen, so there's a bit of a time lag with my presentation, but let's see how good it works. First, before we start, I would like to split you in 2 teams, one team South and one team North. Please think about the country you are in at the moment and think if you are in the southern part or in the northern part of the country. So in the map here, you've seen like the north of France and the south of France, but the same if you're in Spain, are you in the northern part or in the southern part of Spain? Same Germany, Netherlands, wherever you are, Greece. Please define if you are team North or team South for a second. Just 1 second for the presentation to follow up. Maybe more than 1 second. So the exercise I want you to do in a minute, and I hope the PowerPoint comes now. So in the first exercise, okay, I count a little bit, I talk a little bit more. So in the first exercise, I'll ask Team North to have a look at the picture I show you, and Team South to close your eyes for, well, with the lag, probably 20 seconds. So Team South, please close your eyes now. And Team North, have a look at the picture that is coming now. Keep your eyes closed, Team South, for a second, please. Oops. Okay, now Team South, open up your eyes, and Team North, close your eyes, please. So Team North not looking at the picture, and then Team South is looking at the picture. Well, as I said, there's a bit of a time lag. So in a second, I want both teams to open your eyes and please write in the chat what you see in that picture as fast as you can. The first 11 people will get like a present, or like one of the first 11 will get a present. So please write in our chat what you see in that picture. Keep writing in the chat what you see. So I see a lot of different answers: saxophone player, women's profile. I will show you the picture that I showed both teams before. Well, with the lack of the presentation. But the really important question to ask is, how is it possible that two people look at the same picture and see something different? So the first team was shown the picture on the left, the second team was shown the picture on the right. And then all of you have seen that picture in the middle. And apparently you've seen more like of what you've seen before, in kind of instead, or like of what was really there. So this is, I think, a really important exercise to see for all of us on how framing works in our lives. So all the experience we make in our lives, everything we get, like cultural aspects from our countries, family aspects from all of the family we get, people we meet, like all those aspects are kind of working as a filter. And the more information we get in kind of one direction, the more topics that are similar, they frame us and they show us how we see the world. So I would love to share some thoughts with you. And I think they're especially important with regards to this project this year. So one is like, we need to be sincerely open and listen to each other if we want to see what the other person sees and why they see the world they do. There is no right or wrong as of this, but there are different frames, different perspectives we got out of life. And if we want to talk about values, it's really important to also understand why someone else has a different perspective. All our experience color the way we look at information. If some second, like the picture before, can split an audience in two, what do you think what a lifetime of conditioning can do? And most communication breakdowns are also like a product of semantics. And empathy always eliminates those problems as it tries to understand the meaning, understand where that other person is coming from. There isn't just one way of interpreting something. We do not see the world as it is. We see the world as we are out of our experiences. And especially with regards to this values project, the challenge lies in creating shared vision that considers the different viewpoints that we have and create like a shared view out of all our experiences. It's a lot about building bridges across Europe. We've been split in countries. There have been wars going on in Europe for like a long time. We've got different cultures, different meanings, every one of us. And there's a big challenge to overcome that. I personally like this quote very much. It says, "A dream you dream alone is just a dream. A dream you dream together becomes reality." So now we would like to talk a little bit about this project and how we can create a dream together with all of you, with all the people of our movement. Thank you very much. I hand over to Martina.
Thank you, Sven, and thank you everyone for participating with us today. I am Martina, and as Lucia already mentioned, I'm an intern at Volt. I actually joined at the end of January this year, so I am extremely excited and a bit nervous to be presenting today here at the GA. And in the next 5 to 10 minutes, I will tell you what the Revalue project is, show you our timeline, our project plan, and the teams we are currently setting up for this project. With regards to time, this will only be a rough overview to hopefully get you curious. And at the end of the presentation, I will talk about different opportunities to participate. Today in our workshops, the survey in about 1.5 weeks in our project meeting. So as both Sven and Lucia already mentioned, the Volt community is growing rapidly. And since the last time we talked about values, we have grown by over 300%, which is amazing. And for us, with growth also comes the responsibility to shape our culture together with all of you. So this is not some European project out there. This is your opportunity to shape our movement, and with our movement, the future of Europe. And we often see that although we wish to be a pan-European movement, the focus rests on national or local team, which of course connecting locally and nationally is important. However, most of us are here for the European idea of Volt, and it is important to connect across Europe because that is what makes our political party extremely unique. So the purpose of the project is to create a connected pan-European community with a common understanding of who we are and how we approach everything we do. And we want to create Volt values that exist for all Volters to lead by example and inspire the people of Europe. And the most important aspect of this project is co-creation. We want to create space for all our members across Europe to have open talks about our values, what they mean in our daily interactions, and how they differ throughout Europe. And we do this through research, dialogue, and a transparent process. With the interviews, we want to look at how you see the future organizational and political work of Volt, and what you find essential for our pan-European movement. And with the survey, we ask you what attracts you in Volt. And with the observations, we look at how we interact with each other, how we identify themes and topics of concern that we can use to evolve the interaction in our movement. And of course, a transparent process where everyone can engage and contribute is important to move cohesively. So again, we are not here to tell you what the deeper dimension of our pan-European values should be, but we are here to listen to you and how we can create bridges together across Europe to enable a common understanding and a shared perspective of Europe and shape the future of our movement. So how are we going to do this? We actually have set up a timeline for our project using the methodology which is called Theory U. And Theory U has been developed at MIT and is now spreading around the world via the Presencing Institute. And last year, Volt already participated in a Theory U circle, with over 1,500 social change makers from around the world, with the outcome of Volt's pledge for a systemic inclusive movement. And the pledge was presented at the last 2 General Assemblies and is now an important navigator of the work of our European board. And to give you a better perspective of the Theory U, it was developed to help our society shift from a personal, individual-centered approach to a collective, group-centered one. And as they described it, it helps us move from an ego system to an ecosystem. And one of the key aspects of Theory U is co-creation. So inviting everyone to participate in shaping the future, which is also the essence of this project. Inviting every one of you to shape the future of Volt, and through Volt, the future of Europe. And as co-creation is the leading process, we are now in the co-sensing 2 phase. We already had several interviews to see what do we have already. And some of you participated in the survey and told us what attracts you in Volt. And we also invite all of you to participate and share this survey in your teams, as your opinions and views will be the groundwork of our work in 2022. So please use this opportunity to speak up and participate with us. As also throughout this year, we will offer each member 10 different opportunities to participate in this project. And you can think about workshops, expert talks, learning groups, and many more that you can choose from, depending on what you find important and how much time you have to take part in this project. We also offer local workshops you can sign up for soon, talking with your local chapter about the future of Europe and sharing it with our entire movement. And at the next GA in October, we want to vote on guiding principles together and see how we can implement them within Volt and have that common understanding of who we are and how we approach everything we do that we are striving for at this time. And to achieve this, we are setting up 4 different teams. And the good thing is that all of you can also be part of the teams, but we will tell you later on more about the opportunities to join. So for now, I will briefly discuss with you what we have. And the first team is the Inclusive Engagement team. And this team will share our vision and invite our members to participate across Europe and engage with as many members as possible. And the second team is the European Culture team, which will research, analyze, and observe values across Europe and the attributes in our conversation throughout 2022. And this team will also translate community language into political language and formulate research and observations in a more talkable manner. The third team is the coordination team, and this team will synchronize and accelerate the work of the teams, involve different stakeholders and external experts, and to regulate and filter the tasks of the different teams. And the fourth and last team is the collaboration team. And this team will design, create, offer, and co-moderate workshops with the local, regional, national, and of course the European teams. And therefore will offer each member up to 10 opportunities to participate in this project throughout 2022. So I actually told you quite a bit. I've introduced you to our project, our timelines, our teams. And when I say our, I mean really all of you, as this is and can only be our project together, and we will continuously invite you to participate throughout this whole year. starting from today, actually, there are 2 workshops today where we would like to share some of our ideas and ask you to enrich the perspectives and shape this project with us. And the first one is actually in 5 minutes, and it's a workshop about value-driven politics. How can we strengthen Volt's way? And the second one is this afternoon at 3:30, and we will discuss about breaking up the national bubbles and what connects us across Europe. And lastly, I want to get back to the survey because we have started the survey last week that asks you for your perspectives. And this is also incredibly important as we will identify the topics that connects us and topics that we have different views on, so we can talk about them throughout this year. And again, our goal is to create a shared perspective and to make sure everyone can participate. The survey is available in already 15 languages, and we will add more. We are currently working on that. So please also share this opportunity with everyone as we need you to speak up. On the slide, there is a QR code, and we will of course also send you the link. And lastly, if you would like to become part of one of the teams, you can join our workshop on the 18th of May at 6 next week. And we will of course announce it on Workplace, but here is already an invitation. So that's it from us for now, and I hope to see you in the workshop in a couple of minutes. Thank you.
Thank you very much, everyone. That was a very great presentation. Just going to repeat what Martin said, there are the workshops, which you can find on Tusker and in the emails sent. I was told that there was a technical issue, so the link was resent on Tusker a number of times, so you can find it in there as well. And if there are any other questions or things, we can move on to the next, well, the next point, which are the workshops. So you can just pick one that you like the sound of and join via the links provided. We have building relationships with journalists, value-driven politics, the internal audit and governance. And also to remind about the survey that went up a few days ago, or I believe it was last week. It was sent in the email with your tokens. And yes, that seems to be.
And we have a special shout out for Martina.
Yes, and a special shout out for Martina as well. That presentation was great. Well done. So the links are there, and we will see you back here at 2:15.
either Paulina or me after the workshop if you're interested in helping out there. One last word before we really get started. This workshop has been designed for a wide audience, so whether you are already working in mediations or whether you are new to the field, there should be something in there for you. And of course, if you in the end have questions, then we'll be happy to answer them. What's the structure of the workshop? First, we will explain why is mediations important after the workshop if you're interested in helping out there. Now I hear myself. One last word before we really get started. This workshop has been designed for a wide audience, so whether you are already working in mediations or whether you are new to the field, there should be something in. Is that just me, or did you hear me as well?
It's Pauline that make the feedback.
Okay. Yeah. Anyway, so the structure of the workshop. First, explain once more what is the purpose of mediations. Why do we actually do it? Then the meat of the workshop, which is also the title, like how to actually build and maintain relationships with journalists, because that is really key to the work we're doing. The fourth part is Paulina again explaining what are the rules, the unwritten, unspoken rules of working with journalists that you should be aware of. And lastly, Paulina will be talking about the kind of PR mediations work in a Volt context, because there's a lot of things to consider, especially working with the local national teams. And of course, there will be a summary and lastly, the Q&A. So why is mediations important? Why do we need it? I think we go to the next page already. It is the primary way with which Volt has been gaining new members and resources. I think a lot of you probably know this. Many of you heard about Volt not from social media or from friends, but from the press. And that is something that we see, we keep seeing, and this is not something that we'll see that will stop. Good and wide-reaching news articles will be the main funnel through which people will get to know Volt and through which will they first get in contact with Volt. That's the first part, members. Also resources, as you know, we have an ambitious plan to collect resources to fundraise, and of course we need to connect with donors. Potential donors need to be aware of the work we're doing, and having a newspaper and podcast exposure is a very important element of that. We also want to change the way that people think about politics, that we want people to think about Europe, and we want people to kind of speak in
And at that time, well, some of you, the older Volt members will remember, and the younger will maybe have read about it. But then South Africa was at the brink of a civil war, and he needed a way to understand the values of the people in South Africa, from the Inkatha movement, from the Afrikaner Weerstandsbeweging, as it is called, until, well, all kind of values were there in South Africa. First, he needed to understand these values, and he needed to be able to talk to all those values. And I met these advisors, 2 Americans. I met them in 1995, and then I worked with them for another 5 years. And I want to share what I learned about values. I mean, it is important for Volt to have to work on collective values, and that is, as Martina already said, and Sven, that is a co-creation process. I mean, you can normally political parties, they decide on values and principles, and they send them to all the voters like a top-down process. And the challenge for Volt is to create these values all over these European countries in a bottom-up process. And just I read in the chat already that some people said, for me, Volt is working together from bottom up, and that means that is a whole different way of looking at values. And therefore, I want to share with you some insights that we learned about these values. And I, like Sven introduced already, I do work on these values.
Okay, hello everyone, welcome back. We're now going to move on to the next agenda point, which is all about improving the policy process. So, I mean, as you all know, policy is a very important point in Volt Europa and Volt national chapters, but, you know, there's always something that can be done to be improved. So I'm going to pass on the floor to Ines and Claudio. The floor is yours, friends.
Thank you. Thank you. So I hope everyone can see our presentation. And hello. Hello, everyone. So today we will talk about how we are going to change the policy process and the actual improvements that we are providing. So let's start, Inish. So why do policies matter? Think for a moment about the time before you joined Volt. Back then, somewhere online, you heard of a party that somehow resonated with you, or you met Volt members in the streets and realized that they shared your values. They were serious about addressing the issues you think should be addressed. You heard about Volt solutions to Europe. You heard about Volt's policies. Now, with that memory vividly in your mind, you know the importance of what I'm about to say. A party drafts policies to offer solutions to the challenges it seeks to address. Drafting policies is about making your voice, individually and collectively, heard and matter. Volt's way of doing policy is unique. Differently from conventional parties, we seek the participation of everyone, tapping into the collective intelligence of you all. We aspire to be truly inclusive, leading by example in the way we think, draft, discuss, and vote our solutions for Europe. In other words, we uphold the same values that underpin our policies in the way we draft them in the first place. I've been involved for more than 4 years, and let me tell you the story of how our policies, your policies, shape Volt's action and people's lives. We believe that a better future lies in the European Union is more democratic. We proposed, drafted, main solutions policies, including the electoral law policy. We campaigned to elect Damian to the European Parliament. And this week, thanks to his work, the European Parliament voted on a new electoral law, which includes many of what we called for in our policy. This is the political soul of our party, entering into institutions to change Europe. But we are not just a political party, we are a political movement. We have a strong activism soul. Our policies drive our activism too. A telling example is Europe Cares. Our policies on migration look at the issue in its complexity and we aim to support people in need, and migrants are at greater risk of exploitation. This is the backbone of Europe Cares, a Volt initiative that was born to help migrants arriving in refugee camps in Greece, and now it is an independent NGO that helps dozens of organizations in Lesbos. Even during the pandemic, Europe Cares delivered 100,000 face masks to refugees, supporting their health in the most precarious conditions. Next slide, please. So for these and many other reasons, we need a policy process that is fit for purpose. We need a way to set, discuss, draft, debate, and vote on the solutions we want to propose to European citizens in a way that is aligned with our own community-driven ethos. We are growing. Volt is growing. More members join Volt across Europe, and new chapters are founded. New transnational communities are formed. At every election cycle, new members become elected at the local, national, and hopefully at European level. This means that we need a new policy process that is even more inclusive, meets our strategic goals, and speaks to the increasing diversity of our party. The challenges Europe faces become more and more urgent. Europe needs Volt solutions. It is why We will constantly look at our policy process, and this is why Ines, our policy process lead, will tell you why we needed to change our current and hopefully old policy process. Ines, back to you.
Thank you, Claudio. So yeah, like Claudio said, so why do we need to change our current policy process? Well, because of what happened at the end of last voting cycle. So last voting cycle, like it was the 15th of December last year, and the voting on the policies had us closed, and we all stopped because not a single policy had gathered enough votes to pass and join our policy portfolio. We let the members know of the results, and we saw a lot of disappointment and the drafters and a lot of valid criticism from the rest of the members. And I mean, the worst had occurred, right? So our policy process, our innovative, our one-of-a-kind way of doing policy that no other party has, wasn't working for us anymore. And so we decided, okay, we have to make improvements on it. And members sent their feedback, and they mentioned that they did not know a policy cycle was even occurring. They hadn't realized, they weren't able to contribute, and when they realized, it was too late. They took a really long look at the proposals, and they questioned the quality of the proposals, and they questioned their relation to Volt's values. They told us it was hard to engage with the voting because it took really long to read the proposals. They were very technical, and they felt that the voting was being dominated by the larger chapters, and that the whole process wasn't really fair, and to those who had less time to dedicate. And so we, in the policy team, we stopped because we realized, well, what about the elections of 2024? They're almost here, and we need a way to update our policies so that our electoral program is up to date. And so we started the work. How did we get here? Oh, sorry, here. So this was a really long process. So we started working on this right after the end of the last policy cycle, and we started by looking at the feedback the members sent to us and brainstorming inside the policy team how we could tackle this feedback. We created a first draft, and with this draft in hand, we conducted an extensive listening tour, reached out to the country council, to the board, to the governance commission, and to the European functional teams. And they always sent a lot of also very valuable feedback on our proposal, and taking into consideration all that feedback, we created the proposal that we're actually going to present to you today. And the proposal that we ask you to vote on. So here is kind of like a bird's eye view of the new process. It's similar to the old one, but we have added some phases and a lot more details. And this is what we will be presenting here today. So this process has an initiative phase where, has an initiative phase where the Volt movement decides which policies are going to be worked on. And after that, it has a drafting phase where drafting teams are set up and there's an actual drafting going on, has a review phase where our editorial review team takes a good look at the policies. And then it has something new, the debate phase, where people can intervene and send their feedback to the policy drafters. After all the feedback has been considered, the policies are submitted. And with the submission, after that, 21 days, we have a voting cycle at the policy summit. And now back to Claudio.
Thank you. So the way we sought the improvement of the policy process was by reaching very specific goals. First is greater alignment with Volt strategic goals. How did we achieve that? Well, first of all, by adding a prioritization process. What is this? Well, we distinguish now between two types of policy initiatives. If you want to suggest a solution to a challenge that the European Board considers a priority, we will prioritize your executive initiative. In this case, you will work closely with the policy facilitators too. in our team. But we are and remain a grassroots party. If the movement comes together and supports your initiative anyway, even if it's not a priority for the board, they can be submitted too. They will be members' initiative. We will be accountable for executive initiatives, and we need qualified endorsements for initiatives and amendments anyway, whether they are executive or members' initiative. And here you see a slide where this prioritization happened at the very beginning. Then we have a second criteria, which is the subsidiarity criteria. So only policies or policy initiatives that are European, meaning that these solutions have a cross-border impact towards member states and call for a uniform approach at the European Union, they will be part of the European policy process. This policy process you are voting on. Then we have a third element, which is maintaining the maintainment of the country council veto. So the reason why we maintained it is because we wanted to respect differences in our party, no matter the number of members in each specific community or national chapter. While bigger chapters are always very involved at European level, smaller chapters might lack capacity. That is why smaller chapters will also be included in the development of the policy proposals at strategic points. You can see the slide. They, together with everyone, the board, communities, and all members, they will give feedback before the policy proposals are finalized. Then the country council, together with others, can also suggest vetoing a policy if and only if that policy continues to threaten their strategic political interest when finalized. Right? So back to you now, Ines.
Thank you. Okay, so our second goal was to keep on enhancing the grassroots identity of the policy process and to increase the participation. And this was a big challenge, but the first thing that we made sure to maintain is that anyone can initiate and draft policies. This is core, but to make sure that this is easier for everyone, we made some quality of life changes for drafters. So essentially, throughout this phase here, you can take as long as needed, and we'll be here to help. And the only deadline that you have to meet is the 21 days before the vote. Going back, all right. So we are also moving towards community-based engagement. So in order to respond directly to the feedback of the members who did not know that policies were being worked on and had no way to contribute, we have created 2 ways for them to know and contribute. So we'll have initiative presentations, so people will know what is being worked on, and Claudia will present them more after. But we'll also have debates and feedback phase. So here, after most of the drafting is complete, but before the submission, proposals will be discussed within national chapters, regional groups, and inside European communities. So, for example, Women of Volt and LGBT community. And they're asked to send the outcome of these debates to the consideration of the drafting teams. And so anyone can participate in these debates, and the drafting team will consider the feedback. And we hope to incentivize people to work together in a constructive way to create shared ideas and visions. And to make it even more accessible, we're actually creating things in documents in the local languages and with layman terms. So the debates and other steps will be made more accessible through translations. So automatic translations, so not ideal, but best we can provide. And policy summary documents that present the concise and simplified version of the policy without the technical jargon. And so that members can focus on the ideas and concepts and discuss those. And finally, we have the amendments kept from the previous process, so that if for any reason you think a part of the policy must change, you have a way to propose it.
Thank you, Ines. Now we have the third goal, transparency and accountability. These are very important. How do we achieve them in these policy proposals? Well, first of all, we have our own fantastic policy platform team that is recruiting and at the same time, so new people, and at the same time working on a new platform where you can access all the policies in much more simple way. And also we provide you with space that is more targeted and tailored for you to collaborate and find members all over Europe. So we will include several tools. Some of them are in the slides. But so, and let me reiterate, the policy platform team is recruiting. So shout to us, send an email if you're interested in joining. Then we have a second element, which is the community and chapter presentations. If you can change the slides, Ines, thank you. Yeah. So the idea is to empower our communities, the one that Ines mentioned, and bigger and smaller chapters by making sure that they have opportunities to know what happens behind the scenes so that they can give meaningful input, right, at different times of the process. Their work of the work of all drafting teams will be transparently presented in our new policy platform at the beginning of the drafting of the sending of the initiatives, and then before the drafting, the policy proposals are finalized. Thank you, Ines. Back to you.
And so our fourth goal, we have 5. Our fourth goal is to increase diversity and be more inclusive in our policy process. For all of those who know me, you know that diversity is a topic that is very close to my heart, and that I could not be proposing changes to our policy process without taking a hard look into this topic. The process before that we have now allowed everyone to participate, but it did not contain positive discrimination. So diverse voices are being drowned out. And so we make sure to include measures to tackle this issue. And here we have drafting teams, and the drafting teams will need minimum diversity. And so to make sure that this happens, the presentations will also be used as a tool to make sure we reach diversity so that all members will know the policy is being drafted and can join the team. Also, if for some reason the team does not meet the diversity numbers that we want, we actually have a way for them to keep working, but for it to be submitted to vote, then they'll need to ask for endorsements from the chapters and endorsements from the Volt communities. Also, in the debate phase, diversity groups, Volt communities will be consulted, as well as chapters, and so they'll be able to send their specific feedback. So even though they probably won't have the time to participate in all the drafting teams, they can still contribute meaningfully to the policy being proposed. And finally, we are actually moving away from the voting that we had before, and we're proposing members' assembly vote. So we're establishing a deliberative mechanism for voting on policy proposals, the members' assembly. The members' assembly, this proposal is a result of the feedback that we got from several members and stakeholders, and is inspired in the good practices that happen throughout our movement, specifically the manifesto process. In practice, it means that policies will be voted on by the members' assembly, which is a group of voters randomly picked from a pool of members who are interested in voting for policies. And these members will be picked through a sortation process that takes into consideration location, gender, age, and other demographics. Here we hope to improve the quality of the vote with more informed and representative voting groups, and also to make sure that we can get new policies in our policy portfolio to be able to prepare for the European elections of 2024. Yeah, so back to you, Claudio.
Thank you. So now we have the last but not least, goal number 5. This new improved policy process aims to ensure greater quality checks. How? Well, first of all, drafting teams will be diverse through presentations and endorsements that Ines and I just presented. And then we have, better than before, our editorial review team leveraging the many experts we have in our party to review new policies. And you can see that the review happens throughout the process. And then we make sure that all drafting teams will seek expert engagement and expert knowledge. And we do this in a way that is structural and systematic, which means through our criteria catalog. So I invite everyone to look at the proposal, look at the criteria catalog, and of course to vote, because this is about you and how we can make your voice matter. Before we finish, let me also say, actually, while we are finishing, Ines, right? So we are at the end of the presentation. The final message is us being very much grateful for the support we receive, right? We thank everyone in the European policy team who worked tirelessly to make this proposal happen. We also want to thank the General Secretary Office at European level, special people, especially Lee, for all the support provided and feedback given. It has been invaluable. Thor, thank you so much, you and the entire board, for helping us from the very beginning of this very long process, reviewing our ideas and guiding us through the right direction. A big thanks to you, Jeffrey, Governance Commission co-lead and author of the previous process and contributor of this process. Your willingness to reach compromise for the benefit of Volt Europa shows the excellence that our party can produce when guided by our own common values and goals. Last but not least, we are grateful for the meaningful support and feedback received from the Country Council and the Volt communities with your forward-looking ethos. And we are recruiting, and there is time for Q&A. But before that, you don't know this, Ines, thank you so much, because without you, these proposals, this is just one, but we had many, wouldn't be here, happening as it is, so special, so beautiful. So thank you, Ines. And now time for Q&A, I guess.
Thank you.
Oh, that was great. So, Kim, do we have any questions on the policy process?
We've got tons of questions. So, Ines, Claudio, because you took a little bit of time on the presentation, we can ask you to be quite succinct in your responses, and we can go through all of them. The first question that we've received is from Kevin Schlechenberg from Germany. He's asking, what are the requirements to achieve the minimum diversity of a drafting team?
Thank you so much for asking. I'll answer this one. So the minimum diversity that we set in the process is 4 different national chapters need to be represented and more than 1 gender. That's it. We reached these numbers consulting with stakeholders and asking for feedback from members.
I love the succinctness. Let's see if we can keep it going.
Well, you asked for succinctness.
Absolutely. We have a question from Timo Butcher, also from Germany. I was asking, so I have to apply when I have to vote on policies. Has he understood that correct?
Yes, exactly. So, so if you want to be part of the Members Assembly, and I very much ask you to, because it'll be a very, very interesting process. Yes, you'll need to enroll. So you'll need to apply, and a link that the policy team will send, and essentially you enroll. And if then we apply the sortition method, and if you get selected, you'll be part of the Members Assembly and asked to deliberate on our policies. Yes.
Awesome. We have a question from Victor Beffers from Volt Netherlands, and he's asking, how will you know diversity characteristics of individual members? Can one fill a profile or something like that to make sure that that's correct?
Can I take this one? So we engage with Volt communities in Volt. So there are diversity communities. If you're part of them, we try with this process to empower them. So go find them out, join them, and we are not going to ask any personal detail. We will engage with those communities and you in them. That's it.
Beautiful. We have then a question from Christian Penninger. Why is the new policy process not being applied to the economic vision drafting? What is the process there?
So there is now a distinction, sorry, Ines.
No, go ahead.
So there is a distinction now between policies and the how to achieve something and the vision of what to achieve, you know, the direction. And because the new board wants to be, and thankfully so, more political, we agree that the vision is something intrinsically political. And so this is a process that the board decided to go in a particular direction using certain processes, and that's their decision. But there is a distinction between the how to and the what, right? So the vision, that's why. At least that's rational.
I just want to say thank you both for being able to answer such complex questions in such a succinct way. I love it. Javier Ortiz from Volt Germany is also asking kind of why is it a vote at a policy summit as shown in the presentation? Is there a key intended change to hold a vote at a members assembly, quote unquote? I don't know if that question is clear.
Could you repeat that, please? Like just the last part?
Yeah, so if there is a key intended change, shouldn't that be held at a members assembly as opposed to a policy assembly?
Oh, okay, I understand it. Okay, so the policy summit is an event. It's an event where everyone can actually participate. And that's the intention of it, where policies will be presented. We'll talk about the pros and cons of the policies, and people have space to present their ideas. But we'll have something called the Members Assembly, which is sort of a body, and it's the body that deliberates on the policies. So this is the body that is chosen through the application and random sortition, and they're the ones making the final decision. But they work as a body, and the Policy Summit is an event.
Beautiful. I have some bonus questions for you because you guys did so well. So I have a question from me, myself, and I around. So we talk kind of in the presentations, we talk a lot about kind of grassroots initiatives, but what we really mean is that there are kind of grassroots internally to Volt. And I'm curious whether you've had some thoughts about how we can make the Volt policy process in and of itself more open to the outside world, so to non-Volters. Have you had any conversations about that and about how voters who might still see us as a niche party could perhaps be more integrated into what we're trying to do?
Can I answer this one? So I think one strategic goal of Volt is to grow, right? So definitely we are, and also the way we are setting the members initiatives is by empowering local leaders. So I would say if there are local leaders across Europe that want to push a particular initiative because they are perhaps, let's say there's an issue that is a burden for multiple countries, multiple cities across Europe, then they can start a discussion with people outside, thus enticing people that are non-voters to become voters, to become legal members, and in this way they could entice new people in being part of Volt. So there are many ways you could do it.
So Ines and Claudia, just so you know, there are lots more questions, but we've run out of time. So what we suggest is that we're going to be collecting all of these questions from the members, both those which have come in from YouTube, so we do see you out there, as well as those which have come in through the Google form. We'll submit them to the policy team and we will circulate the answers as part of the minutes so that you are aware of what those questions were and also what the policy team's answers to those questions were. So thank you very much, both of you, for helping me to make sure that we had a very rich question and answer session. And I give the floor back to our moderator par excellence, Alexia.
Thank you, Kim. So now I'm going to open the vote. So let me just find here. No, not there. Yes, so the vote is now going to be open. You can find it through your Tusker token. And this vote will close at 7 CST this evening. This is different from the rest. This will be closing at 7 CEST, not 4 like the rest. And the final results will be announced on Tuesday. Another reminder, we also have a workshop that will go into a bit more detail about how this works in our next block of workshops at 3:30 later today. So Thank you very much, Claudio and Inez. That was an amazing presentation.
Thank you. Thank you so much for having us.
No worries.
Thank you.
So let's move on to the next agenda point, which includes the ETCC nuclear position discussion. Before we start, I would just like to remind everyone of our social media campaign, Volt is all around us, where you just look around you and take a picture of what reminds you of Volt. Don't forget to use our hashtag VoltGA22. I will now give the floor to Claudio again and Anna. Friends, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Anna, you run the show.
No, I give the floor. So no, you start and Daniel is sharing, then I jump in.
All right. Thank you, Daniel, for this. So, thank you everyone for being here discussing this very important point in the agenda for this General Assembly, which is the nuclear policy in our reformed energy transition and climate change policy, or ETCC. Let's start, Daniel, and thank you for sharing the slides. So, what are we presenting today? So today we'll be presenting the review process of the European positioning on nuclear power. So what and this includes the how we arrived there with a specific body that was created back in February this year, the Policy Concilium. Then I'll also explain a little bit the overview of this process, and then the new policy will be explained and described in detail by Anna and Daniel, who were both part of this process as representatives of their respective chapters, Volt Italy and Volt Germany. Next slide, please. So, first of all, what is this Policy Concilium? Well, the Policy Concilium is a coordination group between policy teams, in particular European policy team and national policy teams. So, and the reason why we have this concilium is because we are growing and we are more diverse. And we understand that when it comes to drafting solutions to what we believe are common challenges, we need a better way to find consensus and compromise. So what is this policy concilium then? It is a group that uses ad hoc processes that have a concrete goal. They could be drafting a policy statement, which is non-politically binding, or drafting, in this case, and perhaps exceptionally, a whole new policy. Exceptionally because there's a vote on the new policy process, active. So just a reminder. So the Policy Concilium usually have 3 workshops between all national policy teams representatives, meaning national policy leads and facilitators. And then there is something that we produce. And so we have a mix of discussions among the leads and then a mix of drafting among the experts. And so the participants are the policy teams and delegates of national chapters. The final result of the Policy Concilium on nuclear was this new nuclear policy and governance proposal amending the current energy transition and climate change policy. Next slide, please. So what is this then nuclear energy concilium? Well, first of all, how did we get here, right? So why did we need this concilium on nuclear in the first place? So first of all, the concilium focused on this policy on nuclear energy and its contribution to climate neutrality. So the reason why we need it was because the board shared a new position on the Green Taxonomy Delegated Act, and in doing that, they shared a particular political direction on the role of nuclear in our energy transition effort. And so they did that on the back of quite different positioning among national election programs. The topic has always been emotionally charged, and for good reason, some would say, because it's a very important topic that really impacts people's lives. And our policy, current policy that we are trying to amend today, and in the next few days, 7 days, still is, right, too vague. So next slide, please. Right, so this is a roadmap of, where we started, how, and what we have done. So you can read it, but basically we started by setting all up, having these discussions among national policy teams, few drafts of the policy proposal. Then we worked on amendments, and these amendments we received some amendments from some chapters, Volt Italy and Volt Portugal. We had an internal conversation between the Nuclear Consilium, which effectively was the drafting team of this new policy proposal, and then these amendments were voted and actually passed, so overwhelmingly. And now today, since that the vote on amendments happened 2 days ago, we are starting the vote on the as amended reformed energy transition and climate change policy, which, remember, has only the nuclear section and the governance section changed. That's the roadmap. So next slide, please. And these are the amazing participants of the Nuclear Energy Consilium. I want to name all of them because they're all important. Netherlands, Germany, Europe, Volt Italy, Volt UK, Volt Spain, Volt Malta, Volt Finland, Volt Portugal, Volt Belgium, Volt Denmark, and Volt France. It was a very crowded, concilium. Next slide, please. So now I leave the floor to Anna and Daniel, who will explain the nitty-gritty, the fine detail of this very exciting, very important policy. Thank you. Thank you all.
Thank you, Claudio, for this nice introduction. I really love the slide on with all the flags and showing how many people came on the same table. And definitely I praise your work for putting so many different heads and coming to what me and Daniel are going to present as the new position or guidelines, as we will see, on nuclear energy. So as you can see, the slides that are going to follow are a little bit full. So I'm going just to give, for your easiness, some points of reflection on why we structured the document in this way. This first statement of the policy actually states something that is quite obvious. So nuclear is a low carbon, dispatchable source of energy. And for how obvious this statement may sound, this is very key to remember that it was a little bit of a starting point in the discussion, because despite the concerns that we all know go around the topic of nuclear in the public discussion, we had to recognize that considering all the challenges that we have to face with climate change and the energy transition that we have to definitely achieve in the next years, nuclear energy is an important technology that might help us to meet the desired timeline for climate neutrality. So as we continue, we also basically reached let's say the idea, or agreement, that we needed to be honest and balance out what are all the technologies that can really help us to abate these human-made emissions that we need to eliminate, so that we can stay also within our Volt vision and limit the global climate change within 1.5 Celsius. The continuation of the policy basically also recognizes the financial benefits and drawbacks. I'm not going to go into a lot of specification, but this was a very important topic to discuss, because in addition to, let's say, more common concerns like nuclear waste, cost and financial burden is the other pillar that comes to the people's mind when we talk about nuclear. So we have recognized that, and we tried to put it into the policy. Next slide. Thanks, Daniel. So basically, this was, I think, an important decision that we made within the Consilium. Instead of coming out with a position, as you can see, pro or con, let's say, the nuclear energy, we realized that putting actually some very specific guidelines at a European level would have been much more useful for all the national chapters that needs to develop their own programs and also meet the political requirements and decision and public. So for how much we want to dream about the United States or Europe, we have to recognize that the story of nuclear power in France is very different from the one in Italy or Germany. So to meet these challenging and differences, we decided to have and to develop a guideline, and really with the ultimate goal of achieving a truly sustainable energy supply. And with that, I pass the word to you, Daniel. Thanks.
Yeah, Daniel, can I also add here that that's also the reason why we are presenting you the whole full energy transition, climate change policy with the reformed nuclear section and governance, because nuclear is one element of the actual goal we have, right? Energy transition towards fighting climate change. So thank you, Daniel. Sorry, go ahead.
Perfect. No, that's fine. So now we go into the details of the technologies that we do talk about. And really it is, the first starting point was to understand each other's perspectives, really, because as Anna rightly mentioned, the starting point in every single country was very, very different. And also to understand really the reasons why, who sees nuclear energy in which way. And so in order to ease that discussion, we separated into two different aspects, and that is the current fleet of installed base and the new reactors, which will maybe be in the future one of the really good solutions, but that is to be proven. So we separated these 2 points. We said, okay, ongoing development and usage of new nuclear technology. So that means that we are promoting research and in advanced technologies, so new technologies really. And that means for these new technologies, which we then can all agree on in the future, we have very, very strict conditions in order to really go forward with these. And it also, with one of the amendments, it also includes now to support the adaptation of these technologies in the industrial section. So there is really, everything comes back to safety, waste, and financial transparency, about being recognized by the different generations, to be fair to the different generations and not to pass on costs to different generations and the population without really knowing what it is. So the very first point, which normally is the trigger as well, is the safety aspect. So this is really, we need to make sure that new technology, if we want to go full in and promote them, they need to be inherent safe and walk away safe, so that in case anything happens, there is no activity needed in order to make the reactor safe, but that if you just leave him away, then he will automatically shut down. It will automatically shut down into a safe state. So it's a passive safety. And also, we see now the times are changing. Eventually, 5 years ago, 10 years ago, we would not have mentioned that specifically. It also has to be have a very good resistance for external factors like terrorist attacks, wars, and also the influences coming from the climate change, like tsunami, etc.
Wait, sorry to interrupt you, but I just need to give a 3-minute warning so we don't go over time. But thank you. You can continue. Sorry.
Okay. Okay. Then I will speed up a little. On my watch, I still have 7, but okay. Then we do have enforced role of citizens and also to make sure the financial aspect. So we need to involve all the citizens around. And this is a very crucial point for us as European Party, because we make very clear that this is not limiting at the border. So that we need to look the area of impact, and all these citizens should have the same right. That is a very crucial demand that we have. And also in case of indemnification, financial participation, or anything which we did not specify because it is too detailed on this level, this has to be assured for all citizens around the reactors. Also that the waste has to be recycled whenever possible. And this is also a proven availability of suitable long-term storage before the implementation of the reactor, so that we do avoid the situation that we have right now, that we do produce the waste, and while we produce it, we are looking for such a storage. We need to make sure that we have proven long-term storage before that. That can be both ways. So either we have the storage technology improved in that way, or simply the time frame for the waste to be handled like this is reduced dramatically. So this is the part on the waste management. And for the financial transparency, there is one very clear rule how we can make a very non-biased, non-political discussion on what really is the risk and the true cost. And this is by having a liability insurance from cradle to grave, because insurance companies, they purely calculate based on numbers and facts. They do not care about emotions and political backgrounds. Then we also recognize that existing reactors are slightly different because they are already implemented, and in some countries with a very quite major portion of the energy mix as well. So if we would take them out right now, we would have a lag that we, additionally to what we already substitute with the fossils, we need to also substitute this in the same demand, and this would definitely go against our climate goals. And so that means that for these reactors, which are not fulfilling all these criteria we just mentioned, we make an exception that we say, okay, everything which is already installed, based, running, or even which is already approved in the project phase can be built as projected and also operated until the end of the planned runtime at the moment. Also, is it possible to extend the lifetime if all criteria as per today are met for sure? So safety has to be guaranteed as international standards. And the lifetime extension is only possible if not new technologies are already implemented, available, and feasible, or we already did reach climate neutrality, and we do not need these anymore to ensure the climate neutrality of the energy sector. So in this case, we allow them to be operated, and then for sure, once we have the new technology available, they have to be decommissioned end of life or refurbished and upgraded to the new technologies if this is possible. And then we can move on to the, So just a quick summary. So from my perspective, really, honestly, when we see the different positions we had at the beginning and really emotional discussions, I think we have now a clear guideline, which is, as Anna rightly mentioned, neither pro nor not completely contra. So we do have a balanced situation, a balanced policy, which enables all countries to file policies based on their local situation, but still that all are in line and following the same vision of a truly sustainable Europe with these safe criteria, but with exceptions. So now we can move on to the Q&A session.
All right, thank you very much, Claudia and Anna and Daniel. We do have some questions, so Kim?
Yes, so we're back. We have one question from Volt Portugal, which is from Duarte Costa, and he's asking, it is not clear to him if a comprehensive cost-benefit analysis, so on both economic as well as environmental terms, and also from a short-term as well as a long-term scale, was considered when drafting kind of our guidance, and whether this is, effective in terms of the use, in terms of the justification for the use of nuclear as an effective way to accelerate the decarbonization of the European energy system, particularly when you take into account those national heterogeneity, so the differences between the different countries. Could you comment on
that? If I understood it right, I will try. So please raise your hand if you understood it differently. So the first point with the financial benefit, this is what we discussed quite broadly. Whether it needs to be have a financial advantage, but honestly speaking, we have so many technologies nowadays which are subsidized because of some reasons, and that might be appropriate. The only thing that we need to make sure that the public is aware about the true costs over the full lifetime. So we had the example in the Netherlands, they have very little space. So if there is something cheaper overall, but demands more space, it might make sense for them to subsidize that technology, but it needs to be clear what the real price tag is and not to have hidden subsidies afterwards, which is just paid by public money. To the second point, we have, this is exactly why we have these exception for the already installed fleet, because for all these new criteria, if we see the project timelines for new approvals, etc., we do not see that these new technologies with our very strong demands can play a significant role in the becoming climate neutral in Europe for the energy sector, because it will simply take too long.
Thank you, Daniel. Kim, are there any more questions?
There are no more questions. I know that we've been getting a lot of questions about the previous agenda item, and particularly around the Members Assembly. Just so you know, we're actually asking a lot of questions about how to join the Members Assembly, how you can participate in them, and those types of things. These will be part of a separate communication to you. So watch the space, watch your inboxes, and we'll try to answer those questions.
I'd say hashtag watch the space. Drive conversations.
Yeah. So floor's back to you, Alexia.
All right, thank you very much, Kim. So I will, before I open the vote, there's just something that I need to reiterate. So as the General Assembly is not mandated to vote on policy, we have opened up a new policy cycle to be able to vote on this particular nuclear policy. The vote here has been open since the 6th of May and will remain open until the 13th. Sorry, not 6th today, 7th, and will remain open until the 13th. For this vote, you need to use a different voting token, which you have received separately in a separate email, which is entitled EOR Policy Voting Token, ETCC Nuclear Policy, that was sent to you yesterday. And we also have a workshop that will talk more about this in the second block of workshops at 3:30. So with that, I am now officially opening the vote at 15:12, and it will stay open, like I said, until May 13th. And just to reiterate from before, the vote on policy was open on, let me find it. It was, I believe, 2:40, yeah, 2:49, just to reiterate.
Yeah, and perhaps let's clarify that, of course, there are people that can vote on agenda items at the GA and then cannot vote on policies, and so some people can vote on policies, cannot vote on the agenda items at the GA. So these are two different audiences, yeah. So yes. That's why.
Nice, brilliant. Thank you very much. And with that, we have a. Am I right in saying that we have a break time now. Let me just...
Maybe one additional remark. I mean, Claudio did not get tired of mentioning that before the GA as well, but please tell everyone to vote for this policy, either in favor or against it or anything, but please, everybody really use the token so that we can have a chance of reaching the quorum.
Yes, Daniel, and let me reiterate this. The IPCC said very clearly in the last report that we have to fight climate change because it is happening and at a faster pace than we predicted. So we as Volt have a political responsibility to make our solutions, our policies matter in the political discourse and in institutions. But first of all, we need to have policies. We need to have clear policies. So if you don't vote now, when? Hashtag.
Very excellent point. Very excellent point, Claudio. And on that note, I'm going to call for the break. We will be back at 3:30, and then I will, well, me or Katrina will announce the next block of workshops. Thank you very much. Enjoy your coffee break or snack break or moving around break, and see you soon.
Bye.
Today, we celebrate the 5th birthday of Volt Europa.
5 years ago, Volt was just an idea, shared by a small group of passionate people.
Dreaming about a more democratic, sustainable and fair future for Europe.
Over the years, the relevance of our vision has increased.
And we are a growing force in Europe's political landscape.
Through your unwavering support, you have helped us run in 13 different countries,
resulting in over 100 Volters elected in different cities across Europe, the Dutch and Bulgarian Parliament,
and in the European Parliament. Thank you. But this is only the beginning.
With your continued support, we can reach even more ambitious milestones in the next 5 years.
In order to achieve that, we need to raise 50,000 euros in a crowdfunding campaign.
Each donation will be doubled by a very generous donor, and this money will be used
to help spread our pan-European message and reach future members and voters through social media across Europe.
And building a full-time scale-up team to grow our national teams across Europe.
all with the goal of achieving European election success in 2024.
Now, more than ever, we need a strong, cohesive European Union to tackle the shared challenges of today.
With your support, we can achieve much more and work even harder to build a more fair, more transparent and more sustainable European Union.
You can help us by making a donation to celebrate our 5th birthday.
Every donation, big or small, matters.
You're not just making a donation, you are making a difference.
Thank you for all your support in the past 5 years. Let's achieve a lot more together. Thank you and happy birthday, Volt Europa.
I hope you've all enjoyed this very brief break and all gotten well energized and caffeinated, because we're heading back right into action. This is the second workshop block for today. And please, all of you, head back to the same document that you've been looking at before. It's in Tasker. You can still find the link at Tasker, and also in the email that's been sent to you previously. It will direct you right ahead to our workshop itineraries. And up there in block 2, you can find the topics that will be workshopped on right now. There's more details in there on what is being talked about in each session. Just pick the one you're most interested in and have lots of fun. See you later. This is going to be a 1-hour workshop session, so we're going to be back at 4:30. Thanks a lot.
participate, which is why we have many passive members within our political party. And then the fourth issue that arose is that there isn't a cohesive voice within Volt politics. So values are difficult to express because everyone understands them differently. So they talked a lot about finding that cohesive voice, especially for the European Parliament elections in 2024, and how we can move forward towards that. And then
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the plenary. I hope that you've had some very exciting and very inspiring workshop sessions. I know that the one I attended, of course, was about community, and I think it really reminded me about how important it is to build community within Volt. We want to give you a little sneak preview about what's been happening on Twitter. So Twitter, of course, one of the best places to have political conversations about. By the way, if you haven't been on Twitter and if you haven't tweeted at least that you're attending the hashtag VoltGA 2022, please do give a shout out, and also maybe use that opportunity to give us some feedback about what you've been learning from your workshops, because we'd love to learn a bit more about that. So George is sharing with you a little bit kind of what's been happening in the Twitter space. So George, I'm going to give you the floor as well, but perhaps you can walk us through a little bit what's been going on. I see that we've got some feedback from Italy, we got some feedback from Portugal, because I remember Duarte was asking some questions as well. So yeah, do you want to comment a little bit more on this stuff, George? Kind of what's been happening and kind of things that have been really capturing your imagination? If you can speak, of course.
Yeah, so one of the things I think that's been fantastic today is just people getting together. So if we're looking at Aachen, we've got some elections going on there that are really fantastic and really cool. I believe that they have their elections on the 15th of May, so that's really amazing. So here's shout out to Anouk, who is there at the moment, and has spent the afternoon campaigning wearing those famous sandwich boards. It's pretty cool, I think.
We're digitally supporting them as they go through the election. So hope Volt.
That's cool. Yeah, and we've also got some great stuff. People obviously watching from home, such as Sylvia. We've got Lucas, who's ever enthusiastic with his European flag and Volt thing on.
Yeah, that's actually a good idea. So yeah, if you have, if you're watching this and you have some interesting kind of background, so as probably some of you have seen, I have the infamous Volt rainbow flag, which always disappears from my house somehow. It's like one of the most used flags in the Volt Belgium chapter. So it's actually rare that it is actually sitting behind me. It tends to be used by Volters as they campaign. So it's great to see that we do know how to use our flags. So if you've got any that you've been using and been, using as blankets as were inspired by the GA, please let us know.
And a lot of love going out to Michaelo. Really, really fantastic stuff to hear from him, and it puts things into perspective. We're all safe here, watching from home, watching with friends. It's not the case for all Europeans at the moment.
And maybe it's a good moment, because I know George is quite wedded to this. So George placed actually a tweet, but I hope those of you have seen, that we have opened the fundraiser, a fundraiser to try to see if we can actually, actively support this professional Volt, which is one of the core priorities of the board, of course, this year. So we have a fundraiser. You can actually go and find George Penn's tweet. Do spread the word that we're actually hoping to fundraise some money to be able to hire some team members who can join. So full-time team members, not just full-time Volt members, because we all are, of course, full-time Volt members dedicated to the cause. But we are looking for full-time staff members who can really help and support the upcoming elections. As you know, 2024 will be an essential year. But as you can see, throughout Europe, day in, day out, we're also fighting local elections, regional elections, national elections, and all the support we can get is needed. So do make sure that you spread the word that we are looking to fundraise and that we're hoping to get some amazing team members to support all the work that we as volunteers are undertaking day in and day out.
Yeah, fantastic. And just to say on that, we're aiming to raise 50K. So we need some donations, and we need all of your generosity to contribute to the cause. And it's going to be really, really very cool. I wanted to share this picture. Katerina, do you want to comment on this, on people meeting and greeting across Europe? This is Volt España, I think.
Whilst we wait for her to turn on her microphone, I do have to say it's a beautiful picture. I mean, I think it captures really what Volt is all about. Young, digital,
Yeah, absolutely. Alexia.
I received some messages saying from some people watching the stream who are not Volters, who are commenting, you know, this is such a young party. And then I reminded them, yeah, I believe that the average age of most Volters is 35, I believe, if I'm not mistaken, from the last Volt survey, something at around those ages in your case. I guess we just move on. So I need nice other pictures. And again, so use the hashtag VoltGA 2022. I mean, we've been having some interesting conversations about, you know, which places we would want to have as destinations. So that particular one was a debate between, guess what, between Portugal and Denmark. So you know, we were having, in one of the workshops, we were having a discussion about whether we're Team North and Team South. Well, we definitely have a Team North and Team South when it comes to vacation destinations.
Cool, and some stuff from behind the scenes. Maurice, who's helping us out in the Netherlands, has tweeted this, which is the Volt Netherlands office and what's going on behind the scenes. If you look closely, you can see a sneaky peek of me at the end. There I am. But big shout out to Maurice, Mick, and Nigel, who have helped out, who've been doing the whole technical side of this General Assembly.
And also, it's great to see the use of the different languages as well. So we were discussing also in one of the workshops the importance of the fact that Volt and Volters, of course, don't only speak English. On parle aussi en français. We speak in ook in Nederlands. We speak also in other languages of Europe, and of course, it's nice to see as well that we're able to, of course, speak in all of the beautiful languages of Europe. So if ever you feel that you need to connect in your own local language, feel free to do so and reach out to the local chapters. They'll be more than willing to support you and to make sure that you're able to participate fully in the Volt experience.
Alexia, would you like to comment on this one?
Yeah, I was just looking at it. It's a very sweet picture. It's very big on, community. I love the Volt flag as well. It's very, very similar to yours, no, Kim?
Yes,
it's very, very similar.
I'm wondering whether that's maybe the next generation compared to mine, because I think mine is probably one of the first generations of those. So really nice to see that we got lots of them. But I do have to say, I love the sweater. I don't have that sweater.
I was looking at it as well, and I think it's only available on the German website. I'm not sure, but I'd wear that all the time. I love the colors. But yeah, it's a lovely photo. It reminds me as well of Volt Malta as well. Like it's very, very close knit. And I think it's seeing that it reminds me of what Volt is all about. It's very community focused, very, very young as well, and very full of life, doing things differently. So no, it's great.
And some real love coming in for the workshops, especially the values workshop from Floor, who helped us out with that workshop. It seems like people really, really love that.
Which I think really reflects the importance we place in, for those of you who are perhaps watching the Volt GA for the first time, or perhaps new to Volt as a movement, it is really a values-driven movement as well. So we do spend quite a lot of time discussing values, discussing the importance of them, discussing the importance of that reflecting in our political action, in the way we choose our candidates, in the way we build and bridge divides between communities. So all those types of things are really things which really are part of our ethos and are part of trying to make Volt a different place and trying to make Volt really true to its spirit around doing politics differently.
And I love this GIF, Kim.
Yeah.
Super cool. Do you want to comment a little bit on it?
Of course, we're also I think what I love about Volt is that we're a hybrid, right? So we're both a political party and we're also a social movement for change. And so, yeah, I was really moved, and I don't know if she knows that. So Lucia was the one who was speaking about this, about how the principles of community building are really, and community organizing in particular, are really at the heart of how about the Volt way of doing. So yeah, so for me that really inspired me, and inspired that little tweet.
And yeah, should we see what people are doing on Instagram as well? I can go on there.
Yeah. Oh, what a great idea.
So in Berlin, I know that they are doing a they're doing a live event as well. So I know that Francesca and Thor spoke, the board members, Francesca and Thor spoke there, and it seems like a really cool event. Walter's watching across Europe.
So truly taking this into hybrid mode across Europe.
There's that great picture again. Isn't it just cool to see fellow Europeans just watching it? Like this is all over Europe, and I really, really love that it's touching so many people. I think it's really cool. Shout out to everyone who's watched, participated today.
Yeah, huge thanks to all of you also for your active participation. You've been great on YouTube, you've been great on Twitter, you've been great on Instagram. I hadn't seen the Instagram stuff, so I'm discovering all of these beautiful pictures from there on. But it's really demonstrated that you guys, kudos for keeping awake and keeping connected, because it's a very dense program. But it's great to see you guys all so passionate, and also just the level of questions that every speaker gets, and the quality of the questions really shows how engaged you are. So for those of us who are trying to bring this to life, and also for those on the backstage, I know that kind of commitment really makes all the efforts worthwhile for them.
Fantastic.
Oh, the sandwich boards.
That's so cool.
Yeah.
And the Volt caravan.
Yeah. Oh,
I think there are a lot of chapters which are jealous and want it in their countries.
I mean, I wish Volt Malta had it. Like I can just imagine the reactions of a sandwich board, because you don't really see it here, so it would be hilarious. But in the sense of like how people would react to it, because you don't really see it. But yeah, I love the sandwich boards.
So I think we're going to wrap that up then.
Thank you, George.
Thank you all for participating and for being part of the discussion. We'll speak soon.
Thank you.
Thank you, George.
Alrighty. Thank you, everyone. We're now really moving into the final phase of this General Assembly. And I am very pleased that we have been able to keep the time so far. That is, of course, one of the key roles that a General Assembly member should play. I would like to now invite to the stage the Electoral Committee, as I know that they've been working very, very hard in order to get all of the results in order to be able to tell us kind of whether the votes have been approved or not. So I would like to invite them on stage. And I would like to invite George to leave the stage and to stop showing his screen so that we can actually see our dear friends Claudia and Rian, who I know have been working very hard. So Claudia, Rian, we are waiting in a bated breath. Have we approved? Have we rejected? Are these candidates going to be, allowed to do their mandates? Or have we said, actually, hell no, let's try to find some new people? Tell us.
Hello, Volters. Hello, Kim, Alexia, and hello, Volters. Really, I am Claudia Vasselli. I'm from Volt Italia. Actually, I am the chair of the Electoral Committee. And we counted the votes that are closed I will remind you later that there are still 2 voting sessions that are open, but it's peculiar. So we will talk about that after that we give you the results. Do you want the results? Do you want the results? I would like to see the YouTube, yes, on the chat and on the interaction instruments that we do have. I would like to feel it as, you know, when we was in Lisbon, it was so, and now it's more difficult. I understand, but we will manage it. So I will share my screen. Hopefully it will work. Yes, is it working? Yes. So here we are. We have the results cover. That's just the cover, I know. But if we go on, we already closed a few days ago the first vote number 1, that was for the chairperson. So Kim just win. We have a big cake with a lot of blue. That's for Kim and for Katerina and Alexia as well. But you did a really great job all together with a really team, feelings that was really special and filled from outside. Then really, congratulations. And we have what I wanted to explain, number of votes and valid votes. So when you go on the form and you change the token and you change it and it's not anymore in the list of the token, your vote will be invalid. So it won't be counted. And if you vote twice, because you can do it, the first vote that you already gave is not valid anymore, because the valid vote is the last one that you will give, like 1 minute before closing. This is the valid vote that will make the before vote you gave null. Then it's no way to count twice Claudia's vote or Kim's vote or Rian's vote. So Claudia can vote can count 1 vote, but can vote numerous times. So I think it's clear. We can go on. We had 2 extra agenda items, additional agenda items with 2 questions that didn't reach the quorum. The quorum was the 5% of voters. That was at 886. And we didn't achieve it because we just collected 811 votes. But we decided to share the result with you. So for the next voting session, and this that is still open, just every voter can make the difference. Like talk to your team and ask to at least 2 voters if they already vote. And if they didn't, just tell them, hey, you received an email on the 7th of April with the first token and another one yesterday for the extraordinary policy cycle. So just invite all voters that you know to join the voting session and say what they want to say and vote, because vote inside Volt is really important. So make people involved. Now we're going on the tough things. The next vote is the internal regulation integrity system. We voted about the measures that the board, we have voted for the change of the internal regulation, about the disciplinary measures and the procedures. That is really important task and is really, is on the agenda of these days. And the majority of voters voted yes. So we have 98% of yes. So this vote, the result is yes, we agree with the proposed amendments. And now I will let Rian talk about the conflict resolution body and the internal auditor commission. And we will see a bit later.
Thank you so much, Claudia, and hello, Volt Europa. I'm so happy to be here and so honored to be allowed to tell you whom you elected today into the conflict resolution body. I know we only had 1 candidate this time, and I have a fly in my face, so forgive me for this. So maybe you think it's not so exciting, but I always think everything's exciting when it comes to elections. I'm a lawyer, so this is how it goes. And I'm really happy to tell you that with a vast majority of 333 votes, yes, Julie Percé has been voted into the conflict resolution body, which now has 5 positions filled. So we now have a working conflict resolution body. In this vote, we had 392 votes in total, of which 366 votes were valid. We had 10 votes for no and 23 abstentions, which means congratulations, Julie. Welcome to the conflict resolution body, I think, in the names of Jakob, Reineke, and the others. I hope you won't have too much to do, because I know that the CRB is a position that we have for conflicts, which we actually hope to never have. And I'm happy to have you on board. Thank you so much. Now let us continue into our new commission, the Internal Audit Commission, which to some of you might sound boring, but to all people who know how much responsibility comes with auditing, it's more of the thrill you get from auditing is quite another than you get from getting on a roller coaster, but it sometimes can feel like a roller coaster, I'm sure. So I'm also thrilled to tell you that with a vast majority of yes votes, both Benjamin and Johan have been voted into the commission. So we had 356 votes, of which 348 votes were valid. For Benjamin, we have 311 yes votes, 13 no votes, and 24 abstentions, which means Benjamin is now one of our 2 first internal auditors or member of the Internal Audit Commission. And for Johan, we have 297 yes votes, 19 no's, and 32 abstentions, which means also Johan has been elected. Welcome you two and to the team of Volt Europa. I'm so happy to have you on board, and I'm sure you'll do a great job. Thank you so much, and congrats to both of them. I want to see the workplace group and also all the chats exploding in a huge party of congrats. And also happiness for Volt, because, you know, everybody who hasn't been elected to do these 2 jobs doesn't have to do them themselves. Somebody's taking responsibility, and it's always good to see. We also had a third voting option on our election for the Internal Audit Commission, which was the question whether you agree with the preliminary process in order to fill the 3rd position as internal auditor before the next General Assembly, which sounds a bit complicated, but basically means that the European board told us they would prefer to have 3 auditors on the commission, and we only had 2 applications this time for this GA. And they would like to fill this position before the next General Assembly, which will probably be in October this year. So they asked you as the General Assembly and all Volters voting to allow us as the Electoral Committee to propose candidates to the board and the country council, who will then appoint a fitting candidate according to their qualification. And this appointment will only be temporary until the next General Assembly, which means at the next General Assembly, we will be voting on the Internal Audit Commission again. In this case, 313 people said, yes, let's do that. And 14 people said, no, let's not do that. And 21 people said, I don't care, or said, I don't understand. We had, like with the other votes on the Internal Audit Commission, 356 votes, 348 valid votes. So you have now mandated us as the Electoral Committee to go and look for a 3rd internal auditor next to Benjamin and Johan. Thank you for that. And now I'm honored to give back to Claudia.
Thank you. So, any of you has an experience in auditing or stuff like that, or stay aware from us, but just show up so we know you and we can, you know, just make it easier to find someone that's perfect to fit this position. But it's not finished as it is. We still have 2 votes that has to go to the end. One is the official improved policy process proposal that changed the way the policies are approved. The cycle, the policy cycle, the policy process that we know as in this way is going to change, and we're voting on the new form of this process. So this vote will close tonight at 19, then in a couple of hours. You will find this vote, the button, in the email linked in the tasker that is linked in the email of the 7th April. So it's the first GA call. And also we have opened yesterday, and you received an email yesterday on the ETCC policy that we're voting in an extraordinary policy process that started yesterday for the voting session, because it already started a few weeks ago with the auditing and talking with all Volters, trying to keep informed every one of us. So from yesterday night, this ETCC policy is on vote, and you can vote it for 1 week. So you have 2 days left to read the papers and ask the people that you think they are able to explain you what you don't understand. That's what I would do, because I am not in ETCC stuff at all, for example. So just interact to have a vote that feels, you know, it's informed vote. So this vote, the button to vote now, is in the email of yesterday. Then we have 2 places where to find these 2 vote sessions. One is the one where you found the votes that we already say the results for the CRB and the Internal Audit Commission and other stuff. And the other, it's a specific one. Then just remember that you have to go into tasker events. So what do you have to say? Thank you for voting, because without vote, electoral committee is like nothing, it's empty. Then thank you to Kim, Alexia, to have managed this day in this gorgeous way, and see you in Prague in October for the GA in person.
Thank you, Claudia. And as we know, in the Prague, we're going to try to match, if not exceed, the excitement that we had in Lisbon. So thank you, Election Committee, for this very passionate demonstration of all of our results. I'm glad that everything went through without a hitch. So thank you, Volters, for giving a vote of confidence to all the candidates. It is time to close this General Assembly. So we're going to have some following concluding remarks, the final hoorah. But I just wanted to say a huge thanks, first of all, to Alexia and Katerina, my wing ladies, my lieutenants, who have been absolutely amazing in helping us to keep to time, and also for animating the General Assembly. So just wanted to give a huge round of applause, particularly to Alexia and to Katerina. You've been great, and it's been wonderful to be able to do this as a team. It's been great. So a huge thanks to both of you. I don't know if you want to say any final remarks as yourselves, because this is your final moment. So if you want to say anything, go ahead.
Do it now. Thank you, Kim. Thank you, Kim, for both of you, actually, for this wonderful day. Time is just flying. I can't believe we're actually through. What an amazing day. So many great things that we've been hearing today. It's always a pleasure and an honor to be here. Thank you. Have a lovely afternoon.
I'd just like to say thank you as well. Thank you to Kim and Katerina. Especially, you know, as a first-time moderator, you know, it was great to have you two as teammates and, you know, helping, you know, guide me. Also, thank you, you know, for such a great event, everyone. You know, it was great being a moderator. It was great being part of such a great team to help make this event such a fun one. And I look forward to more GAs and hopefully being part of more GAs. So yes, thank you very much.
3 cheers to you both. Thank you, Alexia. Thank you, Katerina. I'm going to give the floor to one final speaker, last but certainly not least, a really good friend of mine as well, somebody who knows how to find the right words to inspire us all to achieve great things. Rainier, welcome to the stage. It is great to have one of the co-presidents of Volt to help us come to the conclusion of this amazing General Assembly. Rainier, up to you.
Thanks, Kim, and thank you very much for the kind introduction. Thank you very much, Katerina, Alexia, and Kim for hosting the great day and chairing in such a good way. So much is going on at the same time in Volt that before I start with my closing remarks, I want to give a special shout out to people that are campaigning everywhere, because we have German regional elections campaign going on in Schleswig-Holstein, in North Rhine-Westphalia. There's people on the streets now campaigning, and I think that's great. We also last week had, for the first time, a participation in an election in Volt UK, specifically in Volt Scotland, and we had very promising results. And also simultaneously, there's the Czech team who are collecting signatures to become a political party officially. They almost reached their mark for 1,000 signatures. So to everybody who is today out there on the streets making the work happen, thank you very much. And yeah, I'm proud that you are working right now while we are having this General Assembly. So much going on. So, dearest Volters, thank you for being with us today. We are nearing the end of our 8th European General Assembly, and the next one will be in person again, in Prague, on October 8 and 9. The physical European General Assemblies, for me, have always been a highlight. And this year in Prague, we want to organize the biggest European General Assembly so far. The plan is to come together with 1,000 Volters from all over Europe. So please, everybody watching this video, put the dates in your calendar, book train tickets to Prague, and convince 2 or 3 friends to join you. We all know why the time for European political movements is now. And we all do work to advance our European movement. But at European GAs, you can really feel how amazing it is to be part of a pan-European movement. So schedule your attendance on October 8th and 9th in Prague. With the European elections in 2024 nearing on the horizon, our work is more relevant and tangible. This past week, for example, Damien and his team in Brussels had their EU reform vote accepted at the European Parliament. This is a crucial step towards improving the EU, one of Volt's primary goals. Today, we booked important progress for our movement as well. Our idea is that Volt leads by example to foster a united federal Europe. And today we discuss the 3 strategic priorities of the European Board and the Country Council. As you may remember, the Country Council is the body that contains representatives of the boards of all Volt chapters. Well, these 3 strategic priorities are building electability, one political voice, and professionalized Volt. We worked on topics that relate to these priorities. So the plan to build electability has been shared, and we want to participate in as many countries in 2024 as possible. And the coming 12 months are crucial because in that period, we will sow what we will reap in 2024. What we do in this coming year will determine the number of countries we will participate in. It will also highly impact the number of Volt MEPs that will be elected. I personally notice the attention for Europe and these upcoming European elections growing around me. And you probably do too. So our actions in the coming year will enable us to seize this momentum. Secondly, we discussed our new energy transition and climate change policy, further detailing our stance on nuclear. We also discussed the improvements in our policy process, which relates to the strategic priority of having one political voice across Europe. Lastly, we elected new internal auditors, we improved our internal regulations, held many different workshops, and all these things help us to professionalize Volt further. Besides that, we also need to raise a lot of funds to hire more full-timers to be able to enable our volunteers to increase our impact. And this is also a call for everyone who's listening to help this and raise these funds. If you go to volteuropa.org/fundraising, you see that there's a crowdfunding campaign going on. There's a generous donor that doubles each donation that comes in this period, in this month. So please, everybody, go to volteuropa.org/fundraising and help us raise more funds to increase our impact. I want to thank everybody involved for their hard work in preparing and making today happen. And I also want to thank you for participating, for voting and utilizing your democratic voice, for wanting to actively work together towards improving our movements. The people that have gotten to know me over the last few years will know that I'm an idealist. I want to see Europe change in favor of all its citizens. And working on this has not always been easy for me. Especially these last months, they have been challenging, with highs and lows. The highs were celebrating our 5th birthday party, running in successful elections, reaching more than 100 elected officials in 5 countries, true pan-European election campaigns, or being part of a governing coalition in Bulgaria, and voters in parliaments having a meaningful impact. Those were the highs. But we have also faced challenges internally, like disruptions caused by misbehavior, which can be incredibly complex to deal with. We've also seen the climate on workplace sometimes go sour as the stakes grow higher. And I've noticed harsh and quick judgments that I've sometimes found unjustified and counterproductive. At the same time, I've seen questions asked with good intentions being perceived as attacks, and that therefore weren't addressed appropriately. Yet it is good to also have critical questions and have the desire to improve as a movement and hold ourselves to high standards. All of this shows that even when you fully agree on what you want to achieve, you can still disagree on how to achieve it. And it shows that we have to improve our internal working culture. So I'm happy that the value process that we started today will enable that. Another challenge we face is the workload of the people working and volunteering for Volt. Sadly, sometimes this becomes too demanding. Our ambitions at Volt have always been higher than our resources. On top of that, our internal working culture doesn't always contribute to the mental well-being of our volunteers. And I think each one of us has a role to play in that internal culture by consciously knowing how we collaborate with each other and how we want to treat each other. We've had many conversations about volunteer burden sharing within the European board, because many people, including me from time to time, know the difficulty of juggling all your responsibilities at the same time. It should have our continuous attention. That's also why we introduced #NoBurnout, which has been the philosophy of our board since day one. Because for all of us, volunteering started as fun, inspiring, energizing, and that's how it should be. Because, well, time is our most important currency. So let's make sure that everybody that invests their time has a fulfilling experience. And I personally try to contribute to that by being mild in my judgments towards myself and mild in my judgments towards others. We also want to actively encourage all volunteers to dare to say no to extra tasks if you feel you cannot take them on. We should all be able to set boundaries and respect each other's boundaries. Lastly, the most logical and simple solution of them all, it's an advice from the former mayor of Amsterdam. He passed away while he was in office and said in his last letter to the city an advice that our dear Jennifer, our amazing comms co-lead, also gave recently. And that advice is, be kind to one another. I think when faced with these challenges, it's important to realize why we are here, to change the future of Europe, to solve the challenges of the 21st century, and to have a positive impact on our society. That's what we're here for, and that is what we are going to do. And this is increasingly important. Although we've seen positive signals towards more European integration, we've also seen an increase in far-right voters in France. The newest IPCC report is even more alarming, and there is a war going on in Europe. The clash between nationalistic, illiberal populists and moderate Democrats is ongoing. And we need to excite moderate people for politics again. We need to empower them to contribute to change, and we need to unite Europe. Why? Well, as Putin advances his aggression in Ukraine, it reminds us of a Europe of long ago, where neighbors fought and died under the flag of difference. The history of European integration is unique. It's a story of people accustomed to brutal conflicts, like what we're seeing today in Ukraine, and them coming together and saying, no more, we want peace, we want a future together. Unity is the only way we can have a prosperous future together. And it is this desire to be united, this desire to work towards a common future that Ukrainians, such as Mikhailo, who gave a powerful speech today, also there. And that's what Ukrainians are fighting for, which makes accepting Ukraine as a candidate member state of the European Union a must. And while Volt Europa does not currently have capacity to support Volt's expansion into the Ukraine, we would, needless to say, be in favor of Ukrainians brave enough to take initiatives themselves when the time is right for it. And we stand with fellow Europeans in the Ukraine. We stand for a future together. Recently, Mario Draghi said that he is in favor of the creation of a European Federation. The German government also states this in their public policy, and Macron is also in favor and just got re-elected. The Conference on the Future of Europe showed that citizens want more European integration, and the necessity for further European integration has become obvious to many. Now it is time that we seize that momentum, that you actively speak up about our vision. And it is time for us to contribute to the public debate in all European countries and make sure that this momentum is seized. Because this is our time to change Europe. This is the time for the Purple Revolution, and it's the time for a future made in Europe. So thank you all for spending your Saturday watching this and participating in this amazing European General Assembly. I hope you have a lovely weekend, and see you next time in Prague on October 8th and 9th. Thank you. Goodbye.
Thank you, Rainier, for your always inspiring speech. It is time to close the General Assembly. But before we do that, I just wanted to thank a few people who have actually made this General Assembly possible, and so that it was comfortable for you as well, from your living rooms and from everywhere else. I want to thank very much Maurice. I want to thank Nigel. I want to thank George. I want to thank Lipping. I want to thank Rian. I want to thank Claudia. I want to thank Joost. I want to thank all of the members of the Electoral Committee who spent the time counting the votes, all the members of the board for your inspiration and for your guidance and your leadership. I want to thank the community team, the communications team, and the policy team who made sure that all the presentations that we've heard today have kept us going throughout the day. I also want to say that in Belgium, it's Mother's Day tomorrow. So I also want to say a huge thanks to all the mothers and the fathers of Volt, for you are the architects and the people who have empowered all of us who are doing amazing work today to do what we do. And a huge happy birthday to my mom. I hope we made you proud of what we're doing today. You know, when we talk about Volt, you know, we are radicals. We're radicals for believing in a future where the citizen is at the heart of politics, where nature thrives in symbiosis with mankind, where Europe is a positive actor in making sure that not just its citizens, but everywhere around the world, we're championing a more sustainable and more equitable global community. I think these are all things which we know there's a lot more work to be done, but the fact that we have Volt to help us drive that change makes me much more committed to the idea that we might actually be able to achieve it. As chair, I'm really thrilled to hear everything that we've got planned. I'm thrilled to see us all working together on these priorities around building our electability, around professionalizing Volt, and more importantly, we're speaking with one cohesive political voice. It is 5:15, And as chair, it is also my pleasure to take one final statutory obligation, and that is to declare this General Assembly closed. We're going to be taking a bit of a break, but for those of you who are, social bees, be aware that we're also organizing a social event later today. It's starting at 7 p.m. and it's taking place on the app WonderMe. It's great for bars. So for those of you who might not remember, check your email, because in that email you will find a link to the app, to the actual event. And we look forward to seeing you from around 7 p.m. to be able to enjoy that. I hope that you've appreciated this General Assembly. I thank all of you for your trust and confidence in voting me as chair of this General Assembly. And I look forward to seeing you in Prague, because as Nir said, we're going to make this the biggest one. We're going to take the Volt Lisbon energy and hype it up even more. Thank you and see you soon.